Chapter 191. Damn it! Damn it! This adulterous couple is simply shameless. Yu Yuntian's face twisted, and a cold aura surged out from his body. Yi Sun-er's actions were undoubtedly a ruthless slap to his face in front of all the disciples of the sacred land. After all, before this, all the disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect thought that this granddaughter of the great elder and the true disciple of the sect master was already Yu Yuntian's Tao companion. But now, suddenly, there seemed to be a little green above senior brother Yu's head. Oh! Feeling the coldness emanating from the young man beside him, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. This Ling Tian was indeed the son of destiny. There were always a few villains around him as stepping stones. Looking at the appearance of this gray-clothed young man, he was ordinary and had no luck, but his status seemed to be a little high. A typical side character who wouldn't live past 3 chapters. However, with Ling Tian's forbearance, he wouldn't dare to openly offend him. He lost his mother when he was young, and his core C was dug out at the age of 10. Ling Xiao sighed, and when he looked at Ling Tian and the yellow-clothed girl again, his eyes had completely calmed down. If he didn't intervene, this daughter of destiny would definitely develop a relationship with Ling Tian. After all, even in a fantasy world, it was common sense that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Since she dared to take the initiative to heal Ling Tian in front of all the elders and disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect, she probably liked this little junior brother of hers. After all, Ling Tian's model was a peerless sword cultivator with a cold personality who was loved by everyone. Now that he had proven his talent on the path to immortality, which woman wouldn't be tempted by such a handsome and capable young master? But this way Ling Xiao laughed in his heart. Ling Tian was probably a little lost now. What did his mother say before she passed away? Furthermore, the reason why she had protected him time and time again was to give him the illusion that Ling Xiao cared about him from the bottom of her heart. It was just that, for some reason, he had to whip him and humiliate him. As for the matter of the core C, it was even easier. Now, Ling Xiao only needed an opportunity, and he would have 10,000 reasons to fool. No, to prove that he was the most upright brother in the world, who loved him the most. In this way, it was equivalent to subduing a son of destiny and gifting a daughter of destiny. Of course, if Ling Tian still didn't know what was good for him, then it would be a different story. This kid had a forbearing and stubborn character, and his innate talent was truly terrifying. Even if he did not have an elixir C, he could still comprehend the Tao of swords and achieve unparalleled sword talent. If he had an elixir C-his, with his model, 2000 Providence was probably just the beginning. Stinky little brother, you better not disappoint me. Otherwise, you can go without worry. I will take good care of my sister-in-law. Senior sister is really fine. In the end, Ling Tian struggled to free his hand from Yi Sun-er's hand and walked towards the Saint Lord of 10,000 Swords in a panic. Sacred Master, yes. That's right, the immortal extermination sword hasn't appeared in the world for several hundred years. Sun has already told you about the origins of this sword, right? Saint Lord of 10,000 Swords nodded slightly. As he opened his eyes, sword intent filled the air. Yes. Ling Tian's expression was solemn as well, a trace of immortal karma. This thing could be said to be big or small, depending on the stability of Ling Tian's sword heart. Of course, if he chickened out now, it would definitely be unstable. A sword cultivator would not retreat even in death. All right, since that's the case from today onwards, you are the new holy son of the 10,000 Swords holy ground. You are free to use the sect's resources. Everyone, is there anyone else who objects? The Saint Master of 10,000 Swords snorted coldly. Ling Tian had already obtained the Tao artifact, and his supreme talent in the sword had already been revealed. If he still insisted on a title, it would be too petty of him. I object. However, the moment Sacred Lord 10,000 Swords finished speaking, Yu Yuntian, who was in the crowd, suddenly walked up to him with a flushed face. All the elders and disciples of the Holy Land turned to look at him. Was this guy's brain filled with worms? Things had already come to this point, yet he still dared to jump out and court death? It's already a blessing that junior brother Ling Tian did not draw his sword to kill you. Moreover, his brother Ling Xiao is still here. Although Ling Xiao's personality was gentle, who in the Xingzhou did not know about Ling Xiao's ferocious reputation? Let alone Yu Yuntian, a true disciple of the 10,000 Swords Holy Land. He would even kill a true disciple of his own sect. A hint of mockery flashed in the eyes of many disciples. It was obvious that Yu Yuntian was going to have to eat a boxed meal today. Nonsense. The Saint Master of 10,000 Swords' expression froze as he looked at Ling Xiao nervously. Needless to say, even he, a God Emperor expert, was afraid that Ling Xiao, this devil, would not play by the rules. If he found a reason to kill Yu Yuntian, no one would be able to protect him. Saint Master, junior brother Ling Tian, obviously did not draw the sword himself. What right does he have to become the Holy Sun? Yu Yuntian's heart was already filled with resentment, especially after Ling Tian had made a name for himself today and was entangled with Yi Sin. He had completely become a laughingstock. He could not take this lying down. Moreover, every word he said was reasonable. If Ling Tian had really reached the peak of the celestial path and pulled out the celestial extermination sword with his own strength, he would have nothing to say. However, he had clearly taken advantage of Ling Xiao. Both of them had worked together to obtain this opportunity. Why did the Saint Master and the elders not object to it? Yu Yuntian's family was a famous cultivation clan in the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent. Although their foundation was not as strong as the Ling people, there were still 2 god kings in the family. This was also the reason why he was able to become the sect master's first direct disciple in the 10,000 Swords Holy Land. However, do you think you can do whatever you want in the 10,000 Swords Holy Land just because you have the support of the Yu family? Not to mention the Ling people. Even the powerhouses involved with Ling Tian were not something Yu Yuntian could compare to. Ling Tian was also the Saint Master's direct disciple, and it was Emperor Ling who had personally entrusted him to do so. Moreover, Yi Sin was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, Jian Nan. It was obvious that she was fond of Ling Tian. Poor Yu Yuntian. Even now, he still had to fight to kill Ling Tian. Who was to blame? Of course, it was his original setting. If this path to immortality was so peaceful and all the disciples were harmonious and friendly, wouldn't the plot be extremely boring? At this time, a villain like Yu Yuntian needed to stand out and be slapped in the face by the Son of Destiny. A hint of hesitation flashed across the Saint Master's eyes, especially when the Xixia ancient sword was still in Ling Xiao's hands. It was understandable that Ling Tian had obtained the celestial extermination sword. After all, he was a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Holy Land. However, if the Xixia was taken away by Ling Xiao, it would be a great loss to the Holy Land. This senior brother said it, as if you can put the sword back. How about this? I'll give you both swords. If you can put them back to the peak of the path to immortality, we don't need them. Ling Tian did not speak for a long time. Clearly, he did not know how to refute. However, at this time, Ling Xiao suddenly walked to Yu Yuntian's side and smiled. Chapter 192. Put it back. The entire 10,000 Swords, sacred ground, suddenly fell into a dead silence. CK. If I could put it back, I would have pulled it out in the morning and become a saint. Why do I have to jump out now? Look, you can't put it back. Of course. The sword belongs to the capable. Sacred leader, am I right? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. However, the coldness in his eyes made the sacred leader of 10,000 swords feel a trace of pressure. This bastard, is he really going to kill someone in my 10,000 swords sacred ground? Although he was also dissatisfied with Yu Yuntian's actions, he still felt a little dissatisfied. Ling Tian did not manage to pull out the immortal extermination sword by himself, but he did manage to reach the peak of the immortal path. Based on this alone, no disciple in the 10,000 swords sacred ground could do it. As for putting the sword back, any expert above the divine general level would not be able to pass the path of swords. Otherwise, once they entered, they would never see each other again. As for those below the divine general level, no matter if it was Yu Yuntian or the other sacred ground's true disciples, no one could reach the end of the path of swords. In other words, if Ling Tian did not want to return the sword, it could only stay in his hands or be taken back by him. However, if news of him stealing a disciple's good fortune were to spread, he would lose all his face as a sacred leader and a god emperor. If the people's hearts were scattered, it would not be easy to lead the team. Originally, the sacred lord of 10,000 swords had planned to use emotions and reason to get Xia back from Ling Zhao's hands. However, after being interrupted by Yu Yuntian, it was hard for him to say this. I used my own ability to pull out the sword. You want it back. Moreover, the 10,000 swords, sacred ground, did not say that outsiders could not step on the path of swords. There was a loophole in the rules. In the past, with the prestige of the 10,000 swords, sacred ground, no one would dare to barge into the path of swords. No prodigy could easily reach the peak of the path of swords and snatch the spiritual sword. However, they were afraid of an anomaly like Ling Xiao. This guy never played by the rules. Now that he had taken the treasure from the 10,000 swords, sacred ground, there was no reason for him to return. The sacred leader of 10,000 swords felt his heart bleeding. Inherited Tao artifact. His 10,000 swords, holy ground, only had 3 swords that were worthy of this title: Immortal, Evil, and Xia. Of the 3 swords, the Immortal Slayer was the most powerful. It had always been the symbol of the 10,000 swords, Holy Land's prestige. However, the remaining 2 swords were also peerless swords that possessed unparalleled heavenly might. However, after today, Xia would most likely be stranded outside. However, the good thing was that Ling Tian was still filled with killing intent towards this brother of his. Just now, when he swung his sword at the end of the mortal path, it contained unparalleled killing intent. As long as he taught him well, the 2 brothers would eventually have a battle. At that time, it would not be impossible to take back Xia. Hee, senior brother, why aren't you saying anything? Looking at Yu Yuntian, whose face was flushed red, Ling Zhao's face immediately raised a hint of ridicule. Nowadays, anyone dared to be the villain. Do you have a system? Do you want to be a villain too? Are you worthy? Haha. Lord Ling Xiao, this disciple of mine is simple-minded and doesn't think before speaking. Please don't lower yourself to his level. As if seeing the coldness in Ling Zhao's eyes, the sacred leader of 10,000 swords immediately explained with a smile. After all, Yu Yuntian was a true disciple of a sacred ground and his direct disciple. The sacred leader of 10,000 swords naturally had to protect him. Thus, at this moment, he emphasized the words "my disciple" very much. Haha, so you're a true disciple of the sacred leader. No wonder you're so arrogant. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile, his expression still calm. However, just as the sacred leader of 10,000 swords secretly heaved a sigh of relief, Ling Xiao lifted his leg and walked to Ling Tian's side. He gently looked at the bruise on Ling Tian's head. Needless to say, Yi Sun Er's power of Tao had only warmed his meridians. Otherwise, if the bruise had healed, Ling Xiao would not have been able to find trouble with Yu Yuntian. Where did this injury on your head come from? In the entire 10,000 swords sacred ground, only Yu Yuntian had shown hostility towards Ling Tian. Even now, he still did not give up. It could be seen how much this eldest senior brother of the sacred leader hated Ling Tian. Actually, this was understandable. Every new disciple who entered the sect would usually be bullied by the older disciples, and this was passed down from generation to generation. However, This Yu Yuntian should not be here. The person he bullied was Ling Zhao's younger brother. If this were to spread, where would I put my face as his elder brother? Wouldn't others think that I'm not tolerant enough and ostracize my younger brother? Wouldn't my bright and upright image be tarnished? F***CK. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Yu Yuntian's face suddenly turned pale. How did the bruise on Ling Tian's head come about? Was there even a need to ask? Of course. I found someone to cover his head and hit him. Not only on his head, but there are also more on his arms. Although Yu Yuntian did not dare to really kill this second young master of the Ling people, it was still easy to teach him a lesson. However, didn't the rumors say that Ling Xiao was not on good terms with Ling Tian? Why was he pretending to be concerned now? For some reason, Yu Yuntian suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. It can't be right. He shouldn't dare to make a move on me in the 10,000 swords holy ground, right? Wouldn't that be slapping the 10,000 swords holy ground's face? It's none of your business. Ling Tian raised his head and said calmly. At this moment, it was not that he did not want to take revenge on the sect leader's true disciple. But in the end, if Ling Xiao left after acting cool, the unlucky one would still be him. Moreover, he really could not stand the feeling of being protected by this enemy. Although the words he said at the peak of the path of immortality made him feel a trace of doubt. However, my good elder brother, do you really think I'm still that 3-year-old child? You think you can just casually make up an excuse to trick me into tasting shit? It's none of my business? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. This younger brother of his was still too tolerant. However, if he tolerated too much, he would become a coward. Especially in this path of immortality, it was easy to get addicted to pinching soft persimmons. No, junior brother Ling Tian was beaten up by someone. Yi Sun pouted. She had long disliked Yu Yuntian. It was not just because this eldest senior brother always hinted to others about their relationship. Most importantly, it was because of his despicable shamelessness in the past few days. Although he was not the one who beat up Ling Tian, Yi Sun knew those few disciples. They were the few who always followed behind Yu Yuntian. The Yu family had some foundation in Songhai City and was considered a strong vassal force of the 10,000 swords holy ground. Although with Yi Sun-er's identity, it was not impossible for her to teach him a lesson. However, she was afraid that if she did that, it would attract even more crazy revenge from him. Yu Yuntian did not dare to do anything to Yi Sun, but Ling Tian. Oh, what's going on? Who beat him up? Ling Xiao frowned slightly and looked at Ling Tian with disappointment. Then he looked at Yi Sun with a smile. That day, I saw with my own eyes that Zhang Shan, Su Shuai, and Wang Erchuan beat up junior brother Ling Tian. Yi Sun gritted her teeth and looked at Yu Yuntian provocatively. She had seen how Ling Xiao doted on Ling Tian earlier. Although it was rumored that the successor of the Ling people had always disliked her younger brother, it seemed like the two brothers had a deep friendship. In this case, with Ling Zhao's support, Yu Yuntian would not dare to be presumptuous anymore, right? Chapter 193. The three people whose names are called Step Out. Ling Xiao nodded. Although his expression was still calm, there was a sudden coldness in his eyes. Hearing this, 3 disciples in the crowd immediately lowered their heads in fear, pretending that it had nothing to do with them. What a joke! They were the 3 inner sect disciples of the 10,000 swords sacred ground, and their cultivation was only at the early stage, Xianqing stage. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even Ling Tian and the others would not dare to provoke them. If Yu Yuntian had not promised them a spiritual treasure, they would not have dared to bully the second young master of the Ling people. It was not that they did not want to take the blame, but they really could not. At least Yu Yuntian had the protection of the sacred leader. As for the 3 of them, even if they were beaten to death by Ling Xiao, no one would speak up for them, right? Not coming out. Ling Xiao grinned and the ancient sword in his hand instantly lit up with a monstrous sword light. An unparalleled killing intent spread out, and the expressions of the sacred ground elders changed. Sword Dao law, greater mastery. Although they had felt the aura of the sword Dao on Ling Xiao at the peak of the immortal path, just now they were far away. After all, they were far away at that time and did not feel it as directly as they did now. A 17-year-old Dao, law genius, was enough to be called the top in the Xingzhou. And now they finally understood why Ling Xiao was called an invincible immortal talent. Then I'll kill all of you. Ling Xiao sneered, and the sword in his hand was about to slash down. The expressions of the sacred ground elders changed drastically, and they circulated their spirit force, wanting to rush toward Ling Xiao. They really did not expect the successor of the Ling people to be so cruel and kill without any hesitation. You three, get out of here! There was a burst of angry roars from the disciples, and then 3 figures were kicked out. It was Zhang Su and Wang. The ancient sword in Ling Xiao's hand suddenly stopped, and the group of sacred ground elders also stopped in midair, looking at the young man below them warily. You 3 are the ones who bullied my brother. Ling Xiao sneered and slowly walked in front of the 3. Do you think trash like you have the guts to do that? Tell me who instigated you. Gulp. The 3 Holy Land disciples looked at each other and hesitated. However, before they could think about it for too long, Ling Xiao suddenly slashed out with the ancient sword in his hand, directly cutting off Wang Erchuan's head. Ling Xiao! The Holy Grounds elders were dumbfounded as they stared at the Holy Grounds disciple who was lying on the ground with blood gushing out like a fountain. Too arrogant. This descendant of Ling people was too arrogant. He actually dared to kill someone in the 10,000 Swords Holy Land. Moreover, the problem is that you're using my sacred ground's inherited Dao artifact. F***CK. At this time, neither the 10,000 Swords Holy Sovereign nor Grand Elder Jian Nan moved. The 2 of them were the only emperors in the 10,000 Swords Holy Ground. Once they made a move, the meaning would be different. Moreover, although Ling Xiao was fierce, his reasons were sufficient. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame those 3 disciples for provoking someone they shouldn't have. If anyone dares to stop me today, I'll kill them. Even if I can't kill them, my father can. Ling Xiao calmly raised his head and looked at the several Holy Lands elders hovering in the air. My father is Emperor Ling. Who dares to touch him? This sentence was enough to intimidate them. There are many rumors saying that I, Ling Xiao, am cruel and ruthless. Today, I want to clarify that this is not a rumor. Hiss. Domineering. Arrogant. Ling Xiao was indeed the most profligate young master in the Shangzhou eastern border. However, he did have the qualifications to do so. At this time, Yi Sen-er's beautiful face had already turned blank. Originally, she only wanted Ling Xiao to seek justice for Ling Tian. She did not expect the descendant of Ling people to be so merciless and kill her Holy Land disciple with a swing of his sword. Yi Sen-er was unhappy with Yu Yuntian, but he was her senior brother after all. As for Ling Xiao, suddenly she felt like she was riding a tiger and could not get off. Still not going to talk? Ling Xiao sneered and swung the ancient sword in his hand again. Seeing this, Zhang Xian and Su Yuntian were so frightened that they wet themselves and fell to their knees. I'll talk. It was senior brother Yu. He was the one who ordered us to attack junior brother Ling Tian. He said that if we beat him up, he would give us a grade 3 spirit pill. So, we beat junior brother Ling Tian up 9 times a day. Young master, please spare our lives. Puchi. The clear light was extinguished, and in an instant, another 2 heads fell to the ground. Until their deaths, Zhang Xian and Su Yuntian did not understand why they died under Ling Zhao's sword, even though they had already confessed. What a joke! I didn't say that I would spare your lives if you confessed. The strong smell of blood quietly filled the entire square. Everyone looked at the young man who held the ancient sword and stood proudly in front of everyone. It was as if he was going to be the enemy of the entire 10,000 swords Holy Land. There was a hint of fear in their eyes. They had long heard that the descendant of Ling people was cruel and ruthless. He killed people as he pleased. However, in recent days, there were many rumors about him serving justice in the eastern border of the Shangzhou continent, especially that day at the peak of the setting sun mountain. It was said that this young master had risked his life to protect the Qin clan's young master, Qin Lung, for the sake of justice. Now, this heartless young master Lung would say that Lord Ling Xiao was far more righteous than Qin Lung. He had transformed into the affectionate young master Lung. However, today, when Ling Tian was humiliated, he seemed to have returned to his usual ruthless self. It turned out that this Lord Ling Xiao was not as gentle and refined as everyone said. He was also not ruthless and bloodthirsty. He was just trying his best to protect his family. For a moment, everyone did not know if they should scold him or praise him. In fact, many disciples hoped that they could have such an elder brother. When he was humiliated, he alone could withstand all the rumors and defend against an entire supreme Taoism. Even divine kings and divine emperors could not make him take a step back. Yu Yuntian, it's you, right? Ling Xiao nodded. The coldness in his eyes was like snow in winter. It made people feel a trace of fear. Young Master Ling Xiao, you should know when to stop. In the end, Sacred Leader, 10,000 Swords spoke. He could endure the massacre of 3 inner disciples to extinguish the anger of the descendant of Ling people, the young master of the devil sect, the son of a divine emperor, and the son-in-law of the Tao Palace. Moreover, the 3 of them had humiliated the holy son of his sacred ground. They should be killed. However, Yu Yuntian was not only his direct disciple. He also had the Yu family behind him. If he died in the 10,000 swords sacred ground today, it would not end well. Enough is enough? Ling Xiao frowned and calmly looked at Sacred Leader, 10,000 Swords. Sacred Leader, I will listen to what you said just now. I have no right to interfere in the selection of the Holy Sun. However, in this world, anyone can humiliate me, but not my family. My father, my mother, and my brother. Whoever humiliates me will die. Of course, if you humiliate me, you will die too. Boom! The entire 10,000 swords, sacred ground fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the lonely and proud descendant of Ling people. The shock in their eyes could no longer be described with words. Powerful. However, it made people feel awe. Chapter 194. Junior Brother Ling Tian. Your brother. Is he going to kill senior brother Yu as well? Yi Sun Er's beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She did not expect Ling Xiao to kill her, the Saint Lan's true disciple, just because of what she said. Although she hated Yu Yuntian emotionally, she still felt that Yu Yuntian was too impudent from her standpoint. Yuntian apologized to young master now. Saint Leader, 10,000 Swords, shouted coldly. His God Emperor's aura spread out instantly. All the Saint Lan disciples in the square felt their legs go weak, and they almost fell to their knees. Saint Leader, you still don't understand what I said. Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile. Apologize? Apologizing was the most useless thing in this world. One had to bear the consequences of their mistakes. Therefore, it was not a bad thing to be calm. Lord Ling Xiao, I've said it before, whoever dares to insult my family will die. Around Ling Xiao's body, sword intent suddenly shot up to the heavens, shattering the clouds for thousands of miles. The space within 30 feet around him crumbled layer by layer as though the stars were falling. Now, as the successor of the Ling people, I'm telling you that if you dare to stop me today, the powerhouses of the Ling people will come to the 10,000 Swords Saint Lan tomorrow. You, Saint Leader, 10,000 Swords aura turned cold, and his eyes were filled with shock. What was wrong with Ling Xiao today? Could it be that he already had a grudge against you, Yuntian? Why was he so aggressive? Why? Haha, of course. It was to let his cheap brother know how precious family was. Otherwise, how could he disperse the hatred that had accumulated for 7 years? Shrimp and pig's heart. If he wanted to do it, he had to make it more realistic. Kin. Family. He actually called me family? My father, my mother, my brother? Could it be that in his heart, I'm as important as the moon of Xianyuan? Ling Tian's eyes were filled with confusion. No, it must be a conspiracy. I don't believe it. I can't believe him. Beep, the destined child's heart has wavered. Congratulations to host for obtaining 200 luck points and 2,000 villain points. Junior, brother Ling Tian. When Yi Suner saw that the Holy Master was truly angry, she felt a wave of fear in her heart. In the end, the current situation was caused by his own selfishness. If the Sacred Master were to blame her, she would not be able to absolve herself from the blame. Moreover, even though the Yu clan only had 2 divine king powerhouses, they had been entrenched in Azure Sea City for a long time and could be considered to be deeply rooted. Even though Jiannan was powerful, there was no way he would be able to destroy them for no reason. As such, the anger of the Yu family would definitely be vented on Ling Tian and himself. After all, everyone in the eastern border knew about Ling Zhao's strength. Finding trouble with him was no different from seeking death. Brother, please stop. Seeing the pleading look in Yi Sun's eyes, Ling Tian finally decided to call her by this name that he had not used for a long time. Humph. Do you think that if I stop today he will be grateful and revere you? Ling Zhao's smile was cold and even somewhat sarcastic. He looked at Ling Tian, who was next to him, and raised his hand to gently pat his face. My silly brother, after enduring for 7 years, you have already lost the Tao heart that a powerhouse should have. No wonder your sword is so weak. If it weren't for the fact that you have... Haha, with your temperament, how would you be able to stand at the peak of the great Tao? What are you trying to say? Ling Tian's heart was filled with hatred as he looked at the cold and expressionless face in front of him. The feeling of being reprimanded was indescribably shameful. What I'm trying to say is that as the younger brother of Ling Xiao, you should learn how to become a true powerhouse. If you want to be respected and revered by others, you must learn to be ruthless. Towards your enemies, towards anyone who looks down on you, kill them all. Then, no one in this world will disrespect you. Don't you think that's right? Ling Xiao grinned as the devilish intent in his eyes soared to the sky. Even the surrounding Holy Land disciples felt a chill rise from the bottom of their hearts when they heard such a fallacy. Kill everyone who looks down on you. Then, no one in this world will look down on you anymore. What kind of cruel and daring thought was this? Killing one person is a crime, but killing 10,000 people is a hero. Remember, there is nothing in this world that is worthy of your fear. If you have too many concerns, how can you achieve supreme honor? Supreme honor? F***CK. You're just a demon. I'll give you a chance. Draw your sword. After saying that, Ling Xiao ignored the complicated emotions flashing in Ling Tian's eyes. His actions today should have caused Ling Tian's heart to change. If he couldn't change his mind, this younger brother of his was basically useless. Give him concern, give him doubt, give him deterrence, and give him a little more time. You really think I'm afraid of you? Yu Yuntian's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a golden sword shone brightly in his hand. At the same time, a terrifying aura of the middle stage of the illusionary realm surged out and spread across thousands of miles. What a terrifying aura! Although, senior brother, you hasn't comprehended the Tao law. His illusionary realm aura is still terrifying. Senior brother you, are you going to clear the name of our 10,000 swords holy ground? However, I heard that Ling Xiao has already stepped into this realm. Moreover, He's a monster with the Tao Law and an invincible immortal talent. I'm afraid Senior Brother Yu is going to die. Sai, who asked him to provoke Ling Tian. I didn't expect that the devil Ling Xiao would treat his younger brother so well. If he didn't kill a disciple of our 10,000 swords holy ground, I would be moved by his domineering attitude just now. Even so, Lord Ling Xiao is still very handsome. Middle stage of the illusionary realm? Is this what gives you the right to bully my younger brother? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. The ancient sword in his hand gradually overflowed with green light. Ling Xiao, if you didn't comprehend the Tao Law, do you think I'll be afraid of you? Yu Yuntian snorted coldly. There was a hint of disdain on his face. He heard that Ling Xiao was arrogant. If he could suppress the Tao Law and fight with him, he might have a chance of winning. Oh, according to what you said, if I don't use the Tao Law, I won't be able to kill you? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. His tone gradually became piercingly cold. As expected, this bastard can't stand the provocation of others. As long as he, however, just as Yu Yuntian was secretly sneering, the Tao Law energy on the ancient sword in Ling Xiao's hand became even more dazzling. But why should I suppress the Tao Law and fight with you? Of course, I have to use my full strength to kill someone. Buzz! The monstrous Tao Law energy instantly tore apart the vast sky. In the sky, the dark clouds rolled. There was a vague sword shadow that was thousands of feet long, slashing down from the sky. The space shattered. The sound of the Tao was long. Even the tens of thousands of ancient swords on the immortal road emitted deafening sword cries. There was a faint momentum of breaking through the sky. Sword, come! Ling Xiao's figure rose into the sky. He raised one hand and then slashed down at Yu Yuntian's head. Around him, a terrifying aura of the late stage of Paong finally surged out without reservation. The late stage of Paong. This Ling Xiao actually broke through the late stage of Paong. It's too terrifying. This level of Tao Law energy, I'm afraid. Buzz, even if the Milky Way fell to the ground, it was afraid that it would not be able to withstand the power of this sword. At this moment, looking at the huge sword that crushed the void and fell down, a trace of regret finally flashed in Yu Yuntian's eyes. Chapter 195. Gulp. In front of the main hall, everyone's expression had already turned sluggish. Although many of them had heard of Ling Xiao's reputation as an invincible immortal, but now that they saw it with their own eyes, they finally understood what it meant to be invincible. In front of the successor of the Ling people, they were only worthy of being called ants. Ling Xiao, even if you are invincible, you can't kill me. Yu Yuntian had no intention of resisting. His cultivation level was lower than Ling Xiao's, and the latter's sword contained unparalleled Taoist laws. What would he use to block it? A dog's head? TSK can't kill you? Today your father is here. You will die without a doubt. Ling Xiao sneered. His white robe emitted starlight, and the Taoist sword finally landed on top of Yu Yuntian's head. Sacred leader, 10,000 swords did not make any rash moves. If Yu Yuntian died, so be it. If he offended the Ling people, because of this, the losses would outweigh the gains. Furthermore, even if the experts of the Yu family knew that Yu Yuntian had humiliated the second young master of the Ling clan in the sect, as long as they were smart enough, they would probably tie Yu Yuntian up and bring him to the Ling clan to apologize. Young people were impulsive and reckless, but those old people who had lived for hundreds of years would not take any risks. The Ling people were powerful and had the potential to conquer the eastern border. Moreover, it was said that the goddess of the Tao Palace was now together with the successor of the Ling people. With the four supreme Taoist orthodoxies together, how many people in the Shengzhou would dare to fight against them? Ancestor, save me! At that moment, Yu Yuntian suddenly screamed under the Taoist sword. A crimson light suddenly lit up in his hand. Immediately after, A terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate instantly surged out. "It's over!" Sacred leader, 10,000 swords, narrowed his eyes and suddenly stepped forward. But in the end, he was still one step too slow. "Damn it! Who dares to kill the young master of the Yu family?" Crimson light soared into the sky. Under the sword, a slightly illusory, old figure gradually appeared. However, before the soul could fully materialize, the Tao Law sword had already descended from the sky and slashed his shoulder. Boom! The whole world suddenly dimmed for a moment. As for the old man who had just revealed himself, his eyes widened in shock as he raised his head to look at the sky. There, a figure in white stood with his hands behind his back. The ancient sword in his hand was surrounded by swords. However, his plane was only at the late stage of Powong. "And you dare to kill me?" This person was precisely the Yu clan's ancestor, Yu Tang, and his cultivation had stepped into the third rank of the godly king realm a long time ago. Even though it was the manifestation of the spirit, it was still not something that a Powong cultivator could shake. Suddenly, tens of thousands of streams of light burst out from his palm as he grasped the sword. "Damn it! Just who are you? How dare you kill the young master of my Yu family?" Jade White Hall looked up to the sky and roared. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. At this moment, he seemed to see Sacred Leader, 10,000 swords, sighing softly as he looked at him bitterly. "This is the 10,000 swords, sacred ground. But how could Yuntian? Originally, he had left a spiritual talisman for you, Yuntian, to save his life in the face of death. That sword could indeed determine his life and death. However, just who dared to kill him in front of Sacred Leader, 10,000 swords?" Thump! Jade White Hall suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. However, just as he was about to crush the Tao Law sword in his hand, dazzling lightning suddenly burst out from the body of the young man in white in midair. Boom! It was as if the 9 heavens profound thunder had descended. It was as if the world was about to collapse. On the young man's palm, the thunder will turn into a sea and pierced through the sky. Then all of it sank into the Tao Law sword. Boom! Thunder rumbled, frightening everyone. At this moment, everyone looked at the dazzling Tao Law sword with a trace of despair and death in their eyes. 2 Tao Laws merged into one sword? What kind of terrifying talent was this? In the history of the Shenzhou continent, although there were people who comprehended 2 Tao Laws, they were rare. As for those who merged 2 Tao Laws into one, they could be counted on one hand. Moreover, how old was Ling Xiao? 17 years old. He was definitely worthy of the word invincible. "Damn it! And how dare you kill me?" Jade White Hall's expression changed drastically. How could he not feel the terrifying, heavenly might contained in the sword? In particular, the lightning Tao Law was the nemesis of all soul power in the world. Moreover, he did not know if it was an illusion, but he had a faint feeling that the lightning Tao Law was close to perfection. How could it be? A young man with a perfect Tao Law? "No matter who you are, today I will," sighed Jade White Hall. "If you don't want the Yu family to be destroyed, it's best not to fight back. That young man is the successor of the Ling people, Ling Xiao." Just as Jade White Hall's soul light flickered and he was about to go all out, a long sigh suddenly sounded in his ears. The successor of the Ling people? What Ling hiss? Suddenly, Jade White Hall's entire body deflated like a balloon and stopped in midair. He allowed the Tao Law sword to pierce through his body and then fell towards Yu Yuntian's head. The mocking expression on Yu Yuntian's face instantly froze. He really could not understand why the ferocious and irritable ancestor suddenly calmed down. Looking at the resplendent light falling from the sky, many scenes suddenly appeared in Yu Yuntian's eyes. He was once the pride of the Yu family. Later, he was taken in as the personal disciple of the 10,000 swords. That day, the entire Yu family went crazy for him. In the entire Shanghai city, All the cultivators and commoners would respectfully bow to him and call him young Master Yu when they saw him. The high-spirited young man was proud. However, gradually he lost his original heart under the compliments and became arrogant and unrestrained. As a result, he had the ambition to compete with the young master of the Ling people. My life has been sloppily written for 20 years. Only until death do I regret it. It's good to be alive. Boom! The Tao Law sword fell from the sky, but there was no splatter of blood. There was only a tyrannical lightning that made one's body numb. Yu Yuntian's figure directly turned into ashes under the terrifying Tao Law power. Not even a trace of him was left. The 10,000 Swords Mountain suddenly fell into a dead silence. Faintly, there was a suppressed sadness. The personal disciple of the 10,000 Swords, the eldest senior brother of the 10,000 Swords, died today. Sigh. Until a soft sigh suddenly sounded in front of the sacred palace. The shock in everyone's eyes slowly dissipated. When they raised their heads to look at the figure in midair again, he had already floated down and stood in front of everyone. White clothes, green sword, starry eyes vast. Invincible immortal appearance, this is, probably. I have a sword that can cut the sky, split the sea, kill immortals, kill gods, and slaughter the world. From today onwards, if anyone dares to hurt my younger brother, Ling Tian, the outcome will be no different from this person. A simple sentence shocked the hearts of the 3,000 disciples of the sacred palace. Chapter 196. Senior brother Yu is dead? Yi Sun stared blankly at the white-clothed figure walking towards her. There was a trace of fear between her brows. Originally, she thought that with her talent, although she was not the best in the entire Xingzhou, she was definitely one of the best. However, after seeing the successor of the Ling people today, she finally understood that the world was bigger than her. Now, do you understand? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ling Tian, who was also in a daze. There was a faint majesty in his eyes. Ling Tian did not speak for a long time. It was not because of Ling Xiao's reprimand. It was because the battle prowess that Ling Tian displayed just now really made him feel a little terrified. It turned out that he had endured for 7 years, but still could not catch up to Ling Tian. No, he even felt that it was a little difficult to look up at him. To be honest, at this moment, Ling Tian was a little disappointed. His sword could not cut Ling Xiao. If Ling Tian wanted to kill him, he did not even need to use a second sword. Beep, the chosen one is doubting himself. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 luck points and 1,000 villain points. Haha, it was time to act cool again. Little brother, in this world, the so-called good and evil are not seen with the eyes, but felt with the heart. Sooner or later, you will stand at the peak of the swordway. I only hope that that day, you will not be as indecisive as you are now. The sword will become meaningless if it does not kill the enemy. Hate me. Only by hating can you obtain strength. Logically speaking, I should have given you an eye to let you see the truth of this world. But now you are not worthy. If you want to kill me, work hard. Work hard to become stronger and catch up to my footsteps. After saying that, Ling Xiao looked deeply at Ling Tian and then looked at Yi Sun. What is your name? I am Yi Sun. Even if Ling Xiao was the enemy of the entire 10,000 Swords holy ground, Yi Sun still could not get angry when she saw his calm face. Everything he did was for her little brother Ling Tian. Such a person was worthy of respect, even if they were enemies. Yi Sun? Good name. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. She was gentle and genial, and there was no trace of her ferocious and domineering appearance. This surname was indeed worthy of being an immemorial royal surname. It's our first time meeting, so I didn't prepare any gifts. I have some divine artifacts here. You can choose a few. Saying this, Ling Xiao waved his hand, causing the space before him to emit countless rays of light. Then, a mountain of spiritual treasures appeared before everyone's eyes. At the same time, a terrifying spiritual wind swept over. It attracted the resplendent light of heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy resonated. This is all the elders and disciples of the sacred grounds stared at the floor full of spiritual treasures, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. F***CK. These treasures that Ling Xiao had tossed onto the ground like trash were all divine artifacts. Gulp. Although they knew that young Master Ling people had many spiritual treasures, they did not expect that he would have so many. A rich second generation. He was definitely a rich second generation. Although the true disciples of these orthodoxies would more or less carry a few divine artifacts with them now, they were still quite powerful. But if Ling Xiao fought with someone, he would not even need to use any tricks. He could just use his divine artifacts to smash his opponent to death. Haha. Acting tough depended on one's parents. To win people's hearts, of course, one had to rely on one's parents' treasures. In front of the main hall, the sacred lord of 10,000 swords narrowed his eyes, but he could not help but sigh in his heart. If he had not spoken up just now, that Yu family's old ancestor would have definitely attacked Ling Xiao. However, he was a divine king. If he really attacked this Ling people's successor, the entire Yu family would vanish into thin air. It was inconvenient for the elders to interfere in a fight between peers. That Yu Yuntian was really a bastard. Not only did he cause the 10,000 swords sacred ground to lose face, he also nearly wiped out the Yu family by himself. Sigh. The elders of the sacred grounds were furious, but they did not dare to say another word. Today's matter was their 10,000 swords sacred grounds' fault. However, this was a small mistake. However, Yu Yuntian should not have provoked Ling Xiao, the devil. Of course, if it was not for Ling Xiao's background, no one would be able to leave the sacred mountain today if they dared to kill someone in the 10,000 swords sacred ground. At the end of the day, everyone wanted to act tough. Why did others not die after doing it, but you did? Of course, it was because your father was not strong enough. Yi Sin-er's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked at Ling Tian hesitantly. At this moment, Ling Tian frowned slightly, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. What was Ling Xiao, this bastard, planning? First, he helped me obtain the celestial extermination sword. Then he killed a sacred grounds true disciple in front of the sacred lord. Now he was even trying to curry favor with senior sister. No, he must be planning something. Could it be that he really saw through my sword vein divine physique and wanted to take it for himself? But he could have just killed me directly. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Also, what did Mother say before she passed away? Could it be that there was something else behind all this? Junior brother Ling Tian, Yi Sun, called out softly, feeling a little helpless. Only then did Ling Tian recover from his deep thoughts. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Humph, I don't know how he got these divine artifacts from others. This is dirty, bloody, slap." However, before Ling Tian could finish his words, he saw a figure flash in front of him, and his head was firmly slapped. "It seems like you didn't understand half of what I said to you just now. What do you mean by dirty, bloody? You're strong, and this world is yours. How can you say you stole it?" Ling Tian's face turned red, and he glared hatefully at Ling Xiao. "This is too embarrassing. In front of so many fellow disciples, he actually scolded me like I was a child? A healer, like you will definitely have to take a beating in a team fight. This golden feather sacred armor was given to me by a demon race expert while crying. Take it. Also, this sky imprisoning cauldron can trap space. It can trap enemies, and its defense is not bad." Ling Xiao rummaged for a long time and picked out a few defensive treasures from the pile of divine artifacts and handed them to Yi Sun. "This brother of mine has been a loner since he was young, and he's the most unreasonable. It's my fault for being too harsh on him. I'll have to trouble you to take care of him in the future." This Yi Sen hesitated slightly. The rumors didn't seem to be like this. When did this descendant of Ling people become so generous and gentle? All right, it's getting late. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao waved his hand and put away the treasures on the ground. He looked up calmly at the sacred leader of 10,000 swords. This old man's face seemed a little gloomy. I used the Tao artifact of the 10,000 swords, sacred ground, to kill your traitorous disciple and stand up for your holy son. What are you unhappy about? TSK. The human heart was so complicated. Ling Xiao snorted and turned to walk down the mountain. After all, this was a supreme orthodoxy. Who knew if there was any demon-slaying array here? If Hua Hua came out and triggered the sex restrictions, Ling Xiao would cry. Actually, he didn't have a good impression of the demon dragon. His favorite was the divine beast, White Tiger. However, the system only gave him one chance at the lottery. If he wanted to change his mount, he would have to save a lot of villain points. So, he would just make do with it for now. If there was a chance in the future, he would change his mount. This demon dragon meat should be good for stewing in a hot pot. At this moment, looking at the figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance, Ling Tian clenched his fists. Besides the coldness in his eyes, there was also a trace of indescribable confusion. Brother, if you want to kill me, then work hard. You still look down on me like this. You've always looked down on me like this. Ling Xiao, one day you will regret giving me so much love. No, so much time to grow. Chapter 197. Buzz. Suddenly, a monstrous demonic aura rose from the bottom of the sacred mountain of 10,000 swords. A demonic dragon that was hundreds of miles long soared into the sky and headed towards the distant mountain. The Yu family's patriarch? It tastes pretty good. Ling Xiao's expression had already calmed down. If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Although the Yu family's patriarch gave up resisting at the last moment, it was obvious that he was worried about Ling Xiao's identity. However, no one could be certain about fate. The current Yu family indeed did not dare to provoke the Ling people. But who knew if a child of destiny would appear in this family 10 or 100 years later and embark on the path of revenge? Therefore, villains naturally had to do things flawlessly. The Yu family's patriarch was willing to be cut by him. Now that his soul was damaged, it was the best time to take his life. Most importantly, Buzz! A terrifying fluctuation suddenly came from the 8 desolate, glazed soul suppressing pagoda. Hua Hua, go directly to Shanghai City. Ling Xiao smiled and turned on the navigation system. His figure instantly disappeared. Master! Mi Yong stood respectfully in front of Ling Xiao. The headband on his head shone brightly. At this moment, there was a trace of bitterness on his face. Not far in front of him, the figure of overlapping shadow was enveloped by a ball of lightning. The entire glazed pagoda was surging with lightning intent, as if it was the end of the world. Bolts of tribulation, lightning the size of bowls, descended from the sky, crashing down and filling the entire second floor. However, no matter how terrifying the lightning intent was, it would definitely retreat when it encountered Ling Xiao. At this moment, there was a space 30 feet in front of the youth. Not a single bolt of lightning fell. You've broken through. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with a smile. Previously, Huan Mo's cultivation was already at the peak of the divine Lord Realm. Although the 1,000 years of suppression had cut off her hopes of breaking through, it did not stop her state of mind from improving. Now that the seal was lifted and Ling Xiao had given her pills and spirit fruits, the breakthrough was naturally achieved. In comparison, although Mi Yong had the chaotic body, his bloodline comprehension was still lower than Huan Mo's. Otherwise, he would not have been sealed in the first level of the glazed ancient pagoda. Buzz! The lightning waterfall lasted for a while before it finally dissipated. A figure covered in demonic qi suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Master. Folded Shadow's face was filled with respect. If not for the spiritual fruit of Tao that the young master had given her, it would not have been so easy for her to break through. Moreover, the most important thing was that a trace of the power of the laws of Tao was actually being emitted from the body of the layered shadow. Thousand illusions, Tao law. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his face grew wider. The overlapping shadow itself was the illusory demon body. Now that he had comprehended the Tao of illusion, it was reasonable. Moreover, with her talent in illusions, even with Ling Xiao's spiritual power, it was difficult for him to see through her. Now that she had the power of Tao laws, even an ordinary emperor god would not be able to see through the illusion that she had set up, right? Wonderful. Although the illusory realm was a test of one's temperament, in the end, it was still a test of one's strength. Only the chosen one could break through the illusory realm with one state of mind. As for the others, they would either break through with their strength or be trampled on by others. At the very least, in Ling Xiao's opinion, Folded Shadow was indeed much more useful than Minyong, especially before they could completely appear in the world. Folded Shadow could rely on the illusory realm to conceal his aura, while Minyong could only rely on spiritual talismans and pills. Not bad, you broke through at the right time. Let's go and test your battle strength. Ling Xiao grinned and appeared above Floey's head in a flash. Foam Ling did not appear from the beginning to the end. She was probably throwing a tantrum and blaming Ling Xiao for blocking her spiritual detection. Less than 100 miles below the demonic dragon, a majestic ancient city suddenly appeared. Songhai City, where the Yu family's foundation was. Although the Yu family's foundation could not be compared to the Ling people in the Shenzhou eastern border, it could still be considered a first-rate force. With 2 divine kings and 2 divine overlords in charge, ordinary sects would not dare to provoke them. The ancestor of the Yu family, Yu Beitong, was already a 3rd-grade divine king. The head of the Yu family, Yu Yuntian's father, Yu Yangzi, was also a 1st-grade divine king. But no matter what grade of divine king one was, if they offended Ling Xiao, their fate would be sealed. At this moment, on the streets of Songhai City, a young man in white clothes slowly walked over. Although he did not emit any aura, his handsome face was enough to attract everyone's attention. I came from the mountains with orchids and grass. Orchids are so beautiful. Wait for me. The young man sang a cheerful tune. Although it was a little strange, it moved people's hearts. On both sides of the street, men and women looked down, but their eyes were filled with embarrassment when they looked at the young man. What a handsome young master! Which family's young master is this? He's so awesome. I like it. I want to with you. Miss, you can like it if you like it. Can you let go of me first? A young man with a flushed face and sweating head helplessly stared at the infatuated young lady beside him. His whole body was trembling slightly. Ah! The young lady screamed in panic and shyly let go of the young man's arm. Young lady, what's your name? Ling Xiao smiled and raised his head to look at the only young lady in the crowd who had reached the profound, clear stage. I'm called Orchid. The young lady blushed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Oh, something's wrong with you. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he smiled evilly. Young lady, this is my first time in Songhai City. I wonder if there are any fun places in the city? Fun places? Young master, why don't we have a seat in my house? The young lady's eyes were filled with lust, but Ling Xiao shook his head. I heard that the Yu family has a high status in Songhai City. I wonder how many divine kings and divine overlords there are in the family? Since he was going to exterminate the family, he had to know the enemy's strength. With Ling Xiao's divine soul perception, he could find out the background of the Yu family. However, if he did that, he would be alerting the enemy. However, since the Yu family's old ancestor was a 3rd-grade divine king, The rest of the experts were probably only divine kings. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao would definitely need to borrow the strength of the Ling people to kill the divine King Ling Xiao. However, although Folded Shadow had just reached the first grade divine king realm, he was already an expert of the Tao laws. He would definitely be able to fight against an ordinary third grade divine king. The Yu family, a hint of fear, flashed across the young lady's face. Even the infatuation in her eyes had cleared up. The Yu family has 2 divine kings and 2 divine overlords. Young master, are you planning to visit the Yu family? Visit? That's right. I heard that the Yu family's old ancestor was heavily injured today. I plan to take him away while he's injured. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and walked towards the most luxurious hall in the city. He could faintly feel a trace of divine king's aura there. It was obvious that the Yu family was here. Injured. Take him away? Could this young master be a divine doctor? However, before the young lady could ponder for long, Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared at the end of the old street. Chapter 198. What? Yun Tian was killed by the descendant of the Ling people. In the main hall of the Yu family, a group of Yu family experts gathered and looked at the white-haired old man sitting in the main hall with fear in their eyes. Although the old man's aura was terrifying, his face was somewhat pale. Cough, cough. That's right. Jade Whitehall sighed as a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. How did Yun Tian offend the descendant of the Ling people? Jade's son staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yun Tian was his only son and was recognized as the young master of the Yu family. He was the true disciple of the sacred master and a prodigy. In the hearts of Jade's son and the others, he had the chance to reach the Emperor realm and lead the Yu family to glory. But now their hopes were shattered. Damn the descendant of the Ling people. Damn the sacred master of 10,000 swords. But no matter how much they cursed in their hearts, they understood that with the Yu family's strength and foundation, they would not dare to offend any of the Eastern Border's supreme orthodoxies, let alone the Ling people. They could only swallow this anger. Ancestor, Jade's son clenched his fists and looked tired. It was as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. I know you are unwilling, and I am unwilling as well. But today, if not for the sacred master of 10,000 swords reminder, I would have made a big mistake. We can't afford to offend the Ling people. Instead of hating them, Yangzi, you should hurry up and have another child. Jade Whitehall did not know why Ling Xiao killed Yu Yuntian, but since the sacred master of 10,000 swords did not stop him, there must be a deeper meaning. These old men who had lived for countless years were all shrewd. Thus, Jade Whitehall calmly received that sword. Even if his soul was severely injured, he did not feel any hostility toward Ling Xiao. The older one was, the more afraid of death he was. He was a little heartbroken that Yu Yuntian died, but it was not to the extent of losing his life for him. As for the resentment in Jade's son's heart, it would naturally fade after a few days. Ancestor. Jade's son's face trembled. F***CK. Are you trying to tire me to death and inherit the position of family head? How old am I? Give birth to another one? On the path of cultivation, the higher one's cultivation, the lower the probability of having children. Otherwise, look at the surviving species of the demon clan. Didn't they slowly disappear in the end? However, Jade's son truly couldn't bring himself to hate the Ling people in the slightest. Otherwise, the Yu family would definitely be met with a calamity. From today onwards, I will be cultivating in seclusion. I hope that when I come out, I will be able to hear your good news. Jade Whitehall stood up and looked deeply at the people in the hall. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. Sigh. Jade's son closed his eyes and sighed. However, at this moment, he clearly felt that the space in the entire hall suddenly fluctuated for a moment, following which the old ancestor of the Yu family, who had just disappeared, reappeared in front of everyone. Ancestry. Everyone from the Yu family was dumbfounded. Didn't this old ancestor just leave? Why did he come back? I suddenly remembered that I forgot to ask you something. White Jade Hall walked in front of Jade's son, his brows tightly knitted. Thump. Jadeson's heart trembled. Could it be that the old ancestor knows that I secretly used the family's spirit stones to have fun outside? Yangzi, I am standing right in front of you. How much do I look like your father? White Jade Hall's face suddenly blossomed with a smile. It actually had a hint of charm. My father? Aren't you my great-grandfather? At this moment, Jadeson's heart trembled. Could it be impossible? Ridiculous. This was simply nonsense. Even if it was true for the old ancestor to say such words, wasn't he afraid of being laughed at by the family? Old ancestor, come closer. Come, take a good look. White Jade Hall smiled warmly and waved his hand at Jade's son. Seems like there is a bit of resemblance. F*CK. This daddy has lived for so long. Today my son died and I actually have another father? However, just as Jade's son walked in front of White Jade Hall with a puzzled expression and carefully observed his face, the old ancestor's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of ridicule. Jade's son only saw a black light. Then he felt a pain in his heart. The old ancestor of the Yu family was no longer in front of him. Only a peerlessly enchanting face was left. So beautiful. This was Jadeson's last exclamation before his death. Buzz! The world suddenly darkened. In the blink of an eye, his figure seemed to have been pulled into a completely pitch-black space by some kind of strange force. In the middle of that space, a black ancient palace that was thousands of meters tall quietly stood there. The demonic patterns on it flickered, revealing endless boundless. Until now, Jade's son was still somewhat dumbfounded. Why did the old ancestor suddenly become my father? Why did my father suddenly brandish his blade and kill me? Why did I see a peerlessly beautiful woman before I died? Why did I, a dignified divine king, not even have the time to struggle before being brought to such a strange place? Also, who is that youth standing in front of the palace? Why is his gaze filled with greed when he looks at me? Jadeson's lower body tensed up. Damn it! Could it be that some old monster in the Xingzhou has taken a fancy to my beauty? Family head you. Ling Xiao's figure stood above the Soul Palace, coldly looking at Jade's son below him, another remnant soul of a divine king. His divine soul had already stepped into the divine king level long ago, far higher than his cultivation base. This was what he was relying on, and could also be called his trump card. At the crucial moment, it could be used to reverse the situation. Do you think that only the Son of Heaven would pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? When I pretend to be a pig, even my father wouldn't recognize me. Humph! Please call me by my English name, George. You are Ling Xiao. Jadeson's expression froze for a moment before he suddenly reacted. Imperial star robe, supreme immortal appearance. Who else could it be but the successor of the Ling people? But where is this place? Why does it give people a feeling of despair and loneliness? Haha, family head you. Before Brother Yuntian died, he asked me to pass you a message. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile, slowly walking towards Jade's son. What message? Jadeson's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. Previously, he thought that as long as the Yu family didn't show any hostility, the successor of the Ling people would let them go. But now, it seemed that the Yu family was still dreaming. The successor of the Ling people was indeed worthy of his reputation as a cruel and bloodthirsty devil. At such a young age, he was actually so vicious and merciless. Since that was the case, Brother Yuntian said that he couldn't bear to part with the Yu family, so he asked me to send all of you down to accompany him. Ling Xiao smiled sinisterly, and a devil light suddenly shot out from his body. A terrifying devil intent swept out like a tidal wave. Before Yu Yuntian could even react, the shadow of a great devil suddenly descended from the sky, completely enveloping him. This aura, no. The screams of despair stopped abruptly. Ling Zhao's figure reappeared under the Soul Palace. He raised his head to look at the faintly rising black ancient palace, and there was a faint trace of seriousness on his face. The stronger he was, the more people would pay attention to him. The more attention there was on him, the more karma he would bear. He had to be careful with every step. The road was slippery in the dark, and the world was complicated. Chapter 199. Ah, no. Cries of agony could be heard everywhere in the Yu family. A figure in a starry robe with a demonic blade was mercilessly harvesting everyone's lives. The remaining two divine overlords had already been captured by Mi Yong and Folded Shadow. The thick smell of blood slowly filled the air. At this moment, everyone in the Yu family had a look of despair on their faces. Why? They could not understand why this descendant of the Ling people would kill their young master, injure their old ancestor, and slaughter everyone in the Yu family. Moreover, what was with the demonic aura on him? Why would a Powong cultivator have such a terrifying demonic aura? No. Help. M.O. M.O. Facing the despair of the Yu family members, Ling Xiao did not care at all. The demonic blade in his hand was dyed red by the blood over and over again, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared completely. At the same time, a terrifying demonic aura seemed to be slowly awakening, and Ling Xiao's eyes gradually turned red. Demon! You are a demon. You will suffer retribution. It was only when the last Yu family member died under Ling Xiao's demonic blade that the young man's figure finally stopped. Phew! Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the demonic saber in his hand. His eyes were already filled with a hint of seriousness. This primordial ominous blade was indeed a rare treasure. However, with his current cultivation level, it seemed that he could not completely control it. As for the curses of the Yu family members before they died, I would rather betray the world than give the world the chance to betray me. Master, these two divine overlords. Folded Shadow had already taken off his disguise and stood quietly in the hall. In front of him, the two old Yu family powerhouses looked at the white-clothed youth walking over slowly with fear in their eyes. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that the Yu family would be slaughtered by a young man one day. Hundreds of years of foundation was destroyed overnight, just like that. Leave it to me. Ling Xiao grinned and swung the demonic blade in his hand again, directly devouring the aura of the divine overlord. As for the divine soul, of course, it was to nourish the Soul Palace. Let's go and meet the Yu family's ancestor. Ling Xiao turned around and glanced at the empty hall behind him. He immediately stopped hesitating and walked towards the rear hall. With the attainments of overlapping shadows, even a God Emperor expert wouldn't be able to notice the change in this place in a short period of time. As long as his methods were clean, no one would notice that the Yu family was destroyed in his hands. Back hall of the Yu family, Jade White Hall sat in the main hall with a cold expression. His body was surrounded by bright light, but the aura on his body was somewhat withered. Although Ling Xiao's strike had not killed him, his spirit had been severely injured, causing his cultivation to drop. Ling People's successor is too frightening. With 2 Dao laws on him, I'm afraid that in the entire younger generation of the Shenzhou continent, only someone from the central holy border can match him. Jade White Hall sighed softly, but just as he was about to close his eyes and cultivate, the door in front of him suddenly opened. He saw Jade Sin's figure suddenly barge in, his face carrying a trace of anxiety. Ancestor! Ancestor! Why are you panicking? Jade White Hall was about to explode in anger, but he suddenly felt uneasy. Ling People's successor has come to kill us. Jade Sun clenched his teeth, his eyes gloomy. What? Damn it! Is Ling Xiao planning to kill us all? Jade Whitehall slumped to the ground, his old face gloomy. He had thought that the Ling people's successor would take revenge on the Yu family, but he really didn't expect him to be so cruel and directly kill his way to Shanghai City. Where is he? Jade Whitehall hesitated for a long time, but in the end he walked towards Jade's son. Since he couldn't hide, he wanted to see what the Ling people's successor could do to him. At worst, he could just leave and save his life. As for the family bloodline, as long as he didn't die, he could create a new family sooner or later. He's in the main hall. Jade's son turned his head and looked behind him. Ling Xiao's figure just happened to slowly walk over and appear in front of the two of them. Ling Xiao. Jade Whitehall's expression froze and he clenched his fists. Young master, why are you being so aggressive? Didn't Yuntian die in your hands? Haha, Yu Yuntian insulted my younger brother, so he deserved to die. As for the Yu family, since the ancestor is injured, why don't you stop struggling and reincarnate? Maybe you can reincarnate in your next life. Ling Xiao smiled brightly, as if he didn't put this divine king expert in his eyes at all. Humph, from Lord Ling Xiao's tone, it seems like you're going to kill me today? Jade Whitehall frowned and looked at the space behind Ling Xiao cautiously. After confirming that there were only the three of them here, he heaved a sigh of relief. To kill or not to kill? If he killed the successor of the Ling people would definitely use the power of their entire clan to hunt him down. But if he didn't kill him, from the looks of it, this kid didn't seem to plan on letting him go. The methods of the successor of the Ling people were unimaginable to ordinary people. Who knew if this guy had a divine emperor's soul remembrance or an emperor's strike as a trump card? Humph, Lord Ling Xiao, I can't afford to offend the Ling people. But if I want to leave, who can stop me? Jade Whitehall sneered, and his figure flashed and instantly flew into the air. Clang! But at that moment, he clearly felt a sharp pain coming from the top of his head. He was knocked dizzy and fell back into the main hall. This is... Jade Whitehall raised his head and looked at the dark green ancient cauldron that was gradually materializing in the air. His eyes narrowed fiercely. Dao artifact. Supreme grade Dao artifact. In the Shenzhou continent, Dao artifacts were the top of the spirit treasures. As for great heavenly treasures, only the top emperor god experts would have a few of them. But he really didn't expect that the successor of the Ling people would have a Dao artifact that could trap space. Ling Xiao, you forced me to do this. Seeing that his escape route was sealed, Jade Whitehall finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. The Ling people were terrifying, but to be slaughtered like this was even more humiliating, especially by a transcendence and ancestor. Ancestor, wait. On the side, Jade's son suddenly reached out and grabbed Jade Whitehall's arm with a worried expression. You, coward, if I don't kill him today, my Yu family will be destroyed. Jade Whitehall glared at Jade's son with a look of disappointment. But at that moment, the latter suddenly shook his head. Ancestor, the Yu family has been destroyed. W8. What? Jade Whitehall was stunned. Before he could react, the demonic dagger in stacked Shadow's hand stabbed toward his neck. Even with Jade Whitehall's temperament, he still felt that it was extremely inconceivable. He really couldn't understand. Jade's son actually betrayed the Yu family? Haha! As expected, humans are all greedy for life and afraid of death and love vanity. Son, you dare! Jade Whitehall was worthy of being an old monster that had lived for hundreds of years. His reaction in the face of danger was terrifying. However, just as his figure flashed and was about to dodge to the side, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from above his head. Chapter 200. Great desolate heaven imprisoning seal, suppressing mountains and rivers with a seal. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. There was no spiritual light around him at all. However, The spiritual light in his eyes was like the Milky Way, as if it was falling from the sky. Buzz! The space shattered layer by layer under that seal. Faintly, there seemed to be cracks in the space above the main hall. Damn it! A soul skill! It's actually a soul skill. At this moment, Jade Whitehall felt a fear he had never felt before. Buzz! The soul seal fell from the sky, carrying with it the power to crush everything. The sound of desolation spread for thousands of miles. If it weren't for the suppression of the Green Devil ancient cauldron, the entire Songhai city would have sunk under the seal. At the same time, a smile bloomed on Folded Shadow's face. The demonic dagger in his hand suddenly shone brightly. He didn't give Jade Whitehall a chance to dodge at all, and his figure suddenly became illusory. No, I can't die. Jade Whitehall looked up to the sky and roared. The spiritual light around his body surged and formed a spiritual barrier above his head. At the same time, the seals in his hands changed. Golden light flickered on his palms as he fiercely pressed the space beside him. The power of a third-grade Divine King was fully displayed at this moment. However, no matter how strong his cultivation was, how could he be stronger than Ling Xiao and Folded Shadow together? The soul seal fell with a loud bang and instantly crushed the bright spiritual barrier. At the same time, the dagger in Folded Shadow's hand slashed on Jade Whitehall's palm. Boom! The sound of the collision suddenly resounded. The entire main hall of the Yu family was instantly turned into ruins. Ling Xiao, even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. Jade Whitehall screamed in despair and bitterly held on. Even so, he could still feel that the demonic dagger in Folded Shadow's hand was gradually piercing through his spiritual energy and stabbing towards his palm. I'm afraid you're dreaming. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly stepped forward. The demonic dagger in his hand lit up with boundless demonic light. Then he directly slashed towards the head of the Yu family's ancestor. No. Heaven and earth suddenly turned dark, as if there was no end to it, causing despair to rise in everyone's hearts. Around Ling Xiao's body, demonic light surged into the sky. Behind him, a ferocious demonic shadow could be vaguely seen as the blade descended. Sky Demon! You're the Sky Demon. White Jade Hall's eyes widened, blood dripping from both sides of his eyes. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the successor of Ling people would actually possess a forbidden body. The true body of the Sky Demon? The last time he appeared, he seemed to have just reached adulthood. But Jade Whitehall still remembered that the people of the Xingzhou continent were in a state of panic. Be it god emperors or god kings, none of them dared to show themselves so as to avoid being targeted by the successor of the devil body. Even so, nearly half of the Shenzhou experts had still died at the devil's hands. He did not expect to see a second taboo successor in his lifetime. Hee, forefather, you can rest in peace now. Ling Xiao grinned, demonic light swirling in his eyes. The demonic saber in his hand fell, splashing blood all over the sky. Boom! The entire space suddenly fell into a dead silence. Only White Jade Hall stood in place with an unwilling expression, looking at Ling Xiao in front of him with eyes full of resentment. Ling Xiao, don't be complacent. Your identity will be exposed sooner or later. At that time, the entire Ling people, and even everyone related to you, will be buried with you. Someone will avenge my Yu family. I swear by blood that when I return from reincarnation, I will expose your identity and make you intolerable by the world. White Jade Hall laughed loudly, his face full of mockery. The destruction of the Yu family was now a foregone conclusion. But when he thought of the entire Ling people being slaughtered in the future, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Forefather, stop dreaming. Do you really want to return from reincarnation? Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile and put away the demonic saber in his hand. In front of him, White Jade Hall suddenly split open from the middle and turned into ashes. A wisp of spirit instantly fled into the distance. But Ling Xiao did not seem surprised at all. With a wave of his hand, the demonic shadow behind him suddenly stepped out and directly swallowed the spirit into its mouth. No. Crunch, crunch. The terrifying sound of chewing slowly came, and Ling Xiao's expression returned to normal. The Yu family's forefather was right. There would indeed be a day when he would be intolerable by the world. After all, the taboo of the sky demon's true body was now deeply rooted. When everyone mentioned these 4 words, all they could imagine was endless slaughter and the suffering of all living beings. If he wanted to solve this situation from the root, the sacred sect had to be eliminated. But now that Ling Xiao had seen more of the splendor of this world, he was certain that the holy continent was incomparably vast in the eyes of the natives. Perhaps in the eyes of some supreme experts, it was just a secret realm, a farm. Although he was hiding in the dark and constantly accumulating strength, it was still too slow. Killing could allow him to obtain villain points faster, but in the eastern border of the holy continent, there were only ancient sects and aristocratic families. No matter how many people he killed, he would only kill the entire family. If he wanted to increase his strength faster, it was said that in the western border, there were many empires and endless conflicts. Whenever there was a war, blood would flow like rivers and corpses would pile up like mountains. It seemed that that place was more suitable for him to develop. Ling Xiao smiled, found the Yu family's treasury, and took all the spirit treasures before leaving. Yu family, how dare you humiliate the second young master of the Ling people? Today you will be destroyed. An angry roar suddenly sounded in the sky above Songhai City. Immediately, everyone was dumbfounded to see a black-robed figure standing in the air and pressing down with his palm. The entire main hall of the Yu family instantly turned into ruins. The Yu family expert did not even have time to resist before he was smashed into meat paste by the black-robed old man. The second young master of the Ling people? This old man is from the Ling people. Countless cultivators' expressions changed drastically, and they understood the strange scene in front of them. The revenge of the Ling people was exterminated. No wonder the Yu family's divine king was killed before he could even resist. This person was probably an emperor god expert. The shock in everyone's eyes became more and more intense. However, with their cultivation level, they could not see the real cultivation level of the person in the stacked images. At this moment, they could only keep quiet and hide in a corner, trembling. Let's go. Ling Xiao turned around and walked into the distance. Below him, Floey's figure broke through the sky and carried the white-robed figure away. At the same time, in the eastern border, a blood-red light suddenly filled the sky like demonic clouds, enveloping the entire area. In particular, the vassals of the Qin family and the Cloud Do Immortal sect had been slaughtered one after another. The methods were so bloody that it made one's hair stand on end. The relationship between the two supreme Taoism orthodoxies instantly dropped to the freezing point. Even some direct descendants and true inheritors began to disappear mysteriously. It was obvious that they had been killed. Countless forces and emperors turned their attention to the two supreme Taoism orthodoxies. They wanted to see how this farce that was getting more and more intense would end. After all, there had not been a war between the supreme Taoism orthodoxies in the eastern border for a long time. Would there be a trace of fortune that could be seized amidst the misery and suffering? Chapter 201. Cloudy Millet Immortal Sect in the main hall. A figure whose entire body was enshrouded in immortal light sat upright in the palace. The white robe on his body emitted divine light that was dazzling and dazzling. Immortal Master, you cannot hesitate anymore. The Qin clan is truly going too far. 2 of our vassal cities were slaughtered in a single night. Even the mortals weren't spared. Beneath the grand hall, the great elder of the immortal sect, Feng Baiyang, had a fierce look on his face. The might of a god emperor shook the heavens, roaring like a dragon. Yes, immortal master, the people of the Qin clan are too despicable. 78 disciples of my immortal sect, who went out to temper themselves, have gone missing. Among them is a true disciple. The other elders all agreed, especially the elders who came to the Qin clan that day. Right now, their faces were filled with battle intent. The Qin emperor and the Qin clan had gone too far. Elders. Above the main hall, immortal Master Cloudy Do let out a soft sigh. Instantly, the space trembled as if the sound of Tao could be heard. Among the many supreme Taoist orthodoxies in the eastern border, the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect was definitely one of the best. And to be able to become an immortal master, one could well imagine how terrifying this person was. The Qin clan is arrogant and their intentions are worthy of death. But elders, have you all thought about whether there is someone behind all of this who is adding fuel to the fire? When the elders heard this, their expressions changed. Indeed, regardless of whether it was Su Yue being killed or his vassal forces being massacred, it was all very strange. However, the memories in Ma Liang's spirit soul were clear and real. No one believed that there was anyone in the eastern border who could reverse their divine soul in front of a god emperor without leaving any traces behind. Thus, they instinctively believed that all of this was meticulously planned by the Qin clan. But if that was the case, how would the Qin clan benefit from it? Immortal Master, recently, a spy from the Qin clan sent a message saying that a mysterious expert from the Qin clan has come to visit. Do you think the Qin clan has a new ally? Even if the Qin clan joins forces with others, when two great Tao orthodoxies go to war, countless lives will be lost. Although the Qin emperor is arrogant, he won't ignore the bigger picture. How about this? Let Yang lead the immortal sect's true disciples to investigate the destroyed ancient city. If it's really done by the Qin clan, Immortal Master Yin Su snorted coldly. Everyone felt their hearts tremble and their eyes were filled with fear. There was an unwritten rule in the Holy Continent. The powers behind the disciples were not allowed to interfere in the disputes between disciples. Now that the Cloudy Dew Immortal sect had openly sent their disciples down the mountain, even if the Qin clan knew about it, they wouldn't dare to send experts to kill them. They could only send people of the same generation to compete. Otherwise, once this rule was broken, the Qin clan would have to face more than just the Cloud Shu sect. Hopefully, this dispute could be controlled among the younger disciples. For them, this was also an experience. Third Elder, follow them from afar just in case. In the end, Immortal Master Cloudgrain was still unable to relax. She raised her head and spoke to a god king elder below. At the same time, in the Qin clan's sacred palace, the Qin emperor sat on the dragon throne with a cold expression. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if there was sunlight flickering in them. Monarch, our Qin clan's 2 vassal clans have been massacred. This is truly hard to swallow. Monarch, Yun Shu's battle invitation is already in our hands. If we don't act now, I'm afraid the entire eastern border will laugh at our Qin clan. Yes, Emperor, I heard that 2 cities on Yun Shu's side were also destroyed. Do you know about this? The Qin emperor's eyes narrowed. There was a hint of gloominess between his brows. The situation in the eastern border was getting more and more complicated. The invisible giant hand seemed to be pushing the Qin clan to the brink of destruction. Monarch, those 2 cities were destroyed by me. A white-haired elder suddenly walked out from the main hall. His cultivation had already reached the deity overlord realm. Something's wrong with you. The Qin emperor's face froze. A cold aura circulated around him. Monarch Qin, you might not know that my only grandson was among the Qin clan's disciples that were killed by Yun Shu. If I don't take revenge for this, what's the use of my cultivation? The elder's eyes were filled with hatred. His tone was filled with unwillingness. If it wasn't for the monarch's order, I would have killed my way to Yunshu to seek justice for my grandson. You, hee how sad. My Qin clan has been passed down for 1,000 years. When have we ever been humiliated like this? If my grandson was not as strong as others and was killed, I wouldn't have anything to say. However, the people of Yunshu Immortal Sect are beasts. They secretly attacked their allies. This crime is punishable by death. The elder's words flowed like a river. His words made the Qin clan's elders embarrassed. However, the battle intent in their eyes was surging. Yes, Elder Qin Yun's words are reasonable. That Yunshu Immortal Sect is too much. Fight. Elder Qin Yun, I understand your pain of losing your grandson. However, your actions are causing our Qin clan to fall into a dead end. Once the experts of Yunshu come to us and use this as an excuse to start a war, how do you expect our Qin clan to deal with this? Ha! Monarch Qin Yun's words really make me bitterly disappointed. How do we deal with this? My Qin clan has risked our lives for the Qin clan to expand our territory. Now, ha 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 ha. Forget it. Since Monarch Qin Yun doesn't know how to deal with this, I will die today in exchange for our Qin clan's survival. After saying that, the elder named Qin Yun suddenly waved his hand and smashed his own head. A divine overlord expert was determined to die. Even the Qin emperor did not have time to react. Pucci! Blood immediately flowed to the ground. The thick smell of blood instantly filled the entire Qin clan's main hall. At this moment, all the experts of the Qin clan were dumbfounded as they looked at the figure lying in the pool of blood. Their eyes were filled with hatred and fear. How heavy was the grandfather and grandson's relationship to make Elder Qin Yun bleed here? Or could it be that Elder Qin Yun wanted to use his death to awaken the Qin clan's bloodthirst? As they thought of this, many people looked at the Qin emperor with a hint of disappointment. To think that their Qin clan had dominated the eastern border for hundreds of years. Who would have thought that they would be bullied to such an extent? Most importantly, the Qin emperor's current attitude was truly bitterly disappointing. The Qin emperor's expression turned gloomy, especially when he saw Qin Yun killing himself in the main hall. It made him feel that the gears of fate had begun to turn. That formless, enormous force was something he could not resist at all. The elder of the Qin clan wanted to take revenge for his grandson. He destroyed the two ancient cities of Yun and Shu. Because he was dissatisfied with the Qin emperor's attitude, he ended up killing himself. The entire matter was logical and there was nothing wrong with it. However, the Qin emperor still felt that this was just the beginning of a conspiracy. Sigh. Elder Qin Yun, no matter what happens to the Qin clan, your life will not be lost in vain. The elders in the main hall began to plead softly. If it was in the past, they would definitely not dare to challenge the Qin emperor's authority. But today, the righteousness of the clan was heavier than the heavens and earth. What Yunshu and Rishu? Even if the sacred sect bullied them, these elders of the Qin clan could still fight them. Everyone had to die. What was the difference between compromising and dying? Elder Qin Yun, you are the backbone of the Qin clan. You are the battle song of the Qin clan's awakening. Fight! At this moment, no matter what the Qin emperor's decision was, as long as the experts of the Qin clan had some courage, they were ready to die for the clan. Chapter 202. Emperor, Qin Yun's life token is broken. In the ancestral land of the Ling people, Ghost Shadow stood behind Emperor Ling and said, respectfully, "Is it broken?" Emperor Ling nodded and gazed into the boundless firmament. "Shao, are you really surprised me? If Yunshu and the Qin clan are eliminated, who else in the eastern border of the Shengzhou can compete with the Ling people? Of course, the Ling people would not dare to call themselves kings before the Saint sect was eliminated. However, one day when the Ling people are strong enough, the Shengzhou can be renamed as the Lingzhou. It's good that it's broken. Ghost Shadow, inform the other spies that we can take action now. The Qin clan has to fight even if they don't want to. Emperor Ling smiled faintly and turned to walk into the palace. Yes. Ghost Shadow bowed and did not get up until Emperor Ling's figure disappeared. However, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The father and son of the Ling clan were really talented and bold. They were extraordinarily courageous. They were sinister and ruthless. In the courtyard on the peak of the 1,000 Dao demon sect, Ling Xiao sat in the courtyard, sipping on the tea in his cup. Fu Yunyao sat cross-legged on the ground beside him and boiled a pot of tea. Young master, Yun Shu has taken action. Xiao Tu bowed in front of Ling Xiao. For the past few days, he had been following Ling Xiao's instructions and was in charge of gathering information about Yun Shu. This morning, he saw Yun Shu's saint, Jinyang, leading a group of true disciples and elites to Skyward City. That city was massacred the day before yesterday. It was said that not even a dog was left. Oh, after waiting for so long, they finally took action. Xiao Tu, come with me. Senior Sister Fu, take this opportunity to break through to the Powang realm. The 1,000 sect martial meeting is coming soon. Ling Xiao smiled. The game had begun. As a hunter, it was time for him to set off. Yun Shu's saint and the successor of the Qin clan. These people must have great luck. Send the Emperor God to the Qin clan? 10,000 men's enemy frowned as he looked at Fu Yunyao in front of him with a grave expression. Yes, sect head, Master Ling Xiao said that it would be best for you to personally make a trip there and delay the God Emperors and God Kings of the Qin clan. Although Fu Yunyao didn't know the young master's intention, since he said so, there must be a reason. That rascal, he's planning to do it himself. 10,000 men's enemy sneered. He instantly understood what Ling Xiao was trying to do. Now that Yun Shu had sent the Holy Sun down the mountain, it was likely that he wanted the younger generation to settle this grudge. Since Ling Xiao wanted him to head to the Qin clan, they would probably send the God Emperor of the Ling clan to the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect. This way, he would be able to stall the powerhouses of the two sects and give him space to operate. A saint child was killed and a true disciple was slaughtered. Most probably, regardless of the Cloud Grain Immortal sect or the Qin clan, they wouldn't sit idly by. If that was the case, this war would truly begin. What a terrifying scheme. Ling people really want to conquer the eastern border. 10,000 men's enemy let out a long sigh and walked out of the hall. The myriad demonic sect had always been at odds with Yun Shu. This was something that everyone in the Shenzhou knew. His visit at this time wouldn't attract too much suspicion. Moreover, if 10,000 men's enemy's guess was right, many forces had already approached the Qin clan over the past few days to plot against the eastern border. At the same time, several figures from the Ling people walked out of the ancient realm and headed towards Yun Shu. Instantly, winds and clouds surged in the eastern territory while undercurrents flowed, and it seemed as if a storm was about to arrive. I heard that Holy Son Yun Shu, Jinyang, led his personal disciples to Sky Tribute City. Emperor, please send us there to kill these treacherous scum. In the Qin clan's sacred palace, many Qin powerhouses were agitated. Their eyes were filled with battle intent. Qin Yan's death was like a thorn that constantly stimulated their nerves. No, if we attack Yun Shu's disciples, I'm afraid the entire eastern border's supreme orthodoxy won't let us go. The Qin emperor shook his head. His expression was still calm. It wasn't that rules couldn't be broken. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be prepared to face the consequences of breaking the rules. The Qin clan was strong, but they were no different from the Ling people. Once they did something that angered both humans and gods, they would only end up in a miserable state. When the supreme orthodoxy joined forces, the Qin clan would be destroyed in a breath's time. Emperor. Hearing this, countless Qin clan elders were enraged. Emperor, oh Emperor, what time is it now? You're still thinking about morality? Could it be that you really want to watch as the prestige of the Qin clan is destroyed? Shut up. The Qin emperor gritted his teeth. Qin Yan's death yesterday made him feel a great sense of danger. However, he couldn't find any clues from Qin Yan even after investigating for a night. Especially since Qin Yan's soul was destroyed, there was no way to search his soul. On the other hand, these Qin clan elders looked loyal on the surface. He couldn't just capture anyone and search their soul, right? If he did that, the Qin clan would be destroyed from the inside even before Yun Shu started a war. Where is Qin Wei? The Qin emperor took a deep breath. Since the Yun Shu immortal sect wanted to control the situation among the younger generation, he was happy to fulfill their wish. After all, god emperors and god kings were the foundation of the supreme orthodoxy. Moreover, as long as it was a direct descendant of the clan or a true disciple of the sect, they would definitely have some life-saving trump cards that were beyond their cultivation level. With Qin Wei and Yun Shu's cultivation level, as long as they were careful, they wouldn't lose their lives. As for the lives of the ordinary disciples, it would be the price to pay for ending this conflict. Father! A handsome young man in a golden robe walked out of the hall. The young man looked to be in his early 20s. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His eyes were also dazzling. The great sun saint body was something that only the Qin emperor and his successor could cultivate. The handsome young man with a vulgar name was the Qin clan's successor, Qin Wei. He was in the mid-stage of Paoang and had a powerful background. In the eastern border of Xingzhou, he was an existence that couldn't be provoked. Although Qin Wei hadn't comprehended the power of the Tao, he still had a long way to go. He still had a lot of time. With his mid-stage Paoang cultivation level, who in the entire eastern border would dare to be his enemy? Oh, Ling Xiao dared, Nian Qinyan dared, Yun Shu Saint dared, Yuan Yu Saint dared, Guying's successor, and the heavenly oasis saintess dared, damn. So I'm a piece of trash. Wei, lead the disciples of the Qin clan to the Sky Tribute City and end this conflict with Yun Shu Saint. The Qin emperor sighed. When Qin Wei turned to leave, he thought of something and said to an elder with a terrifying aura, "Great elder, follow behind them in case there's a trap." "Yes, Emperor." However, just as the elder was about to leave with Qin Wei, a hurried voice suddenly came from outside the hall. "What's the matter?" "Emperor, the leader of the Universal Demon Sect, Wan Ren's enemy, has come with the other demon sect elders. They say they want to discuss a plan to suppress Yun Shu." An expert of the Qin clan strode over. Although his expression was serious, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Wonderful. The Universal Demon Sect had always been at odds with Yun Shu. With their help, there was no need to worry about Yun Shu. This way, Elder Qin Yun and the disciples of the Qin clan who died in the Sunset Divine Mountain wouldn't have died in vain. Universal Demon Sect? Wan Ren's enemy. Chapter 203. Ha 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 ha, Qin Emperor, how have you been? Just as the Qin Emperor was deep in thought, a hearty laugh came from outside the hall. Demonic light flashed, and Wan Rendi and Great Elder Yuan Ba appeared in front of the Qin clan members. Behind the two of them stood several god kings of the Devil Sect. It was as if they had turned out in full force. What a joke! Yun Shu was probably the only sect in the Shenzhou eastern border that dared to target the myriad Tao demon sect. Otherwise, not everyone would be able to bear the wrath of the supreme orthodoxy. But at the same time, Yun Shu was in trouble both internally and externally. He was not in the mood to target the myriad Tao demon sect. Wan Rendi dared to lead the elders here because he knew that Yun Shu would not dare to act rashly. So it's Sect Master Wan. The Qin Emperor narrowed his eyes and sighed in his heart. Was it a coincidence, or was it driven by benefits? Or was the person who set this up the demon sect's sacred leader? Everyone was using someone else to do their dirty work. This was especially so for the supreme orthodoxies. If they wanted to remain standing, they needed to have a strong enough foundation to intimidate others. When two supreme orthodoxies fought, there were bound to be casualties. Once a divine king or divine emperor died, the collapse of a supreme orthodoxy would happen in an instant. Haha, Qin Emperor, you don't look too good. Is it because of Yin Shu? Wan Rendi smiled faintly. Demonic light flashed in his eyes, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Ling Zhao's plan was indeed sinister. The whole thing was indeed very strange. But the amazing thing was that the Qin clan was powerless to stop or resist. They could only follow Ling Zhao's plan. He could vaguely see the two supreme orthodoxies falling apart. Fortunately, when Emperor Ling visited and personally sent Ling Xiao to the demon sect, the Qin emperor agreed to it despite the objections of countless elders. Now it seemed that his decision back then was extremely wise. Otherwise, the myriad Dao demon sect would be the one being targeted. Haha, may I know why sect master is here? The Qin emperor pretended to be gentle. Even the great elder, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks. The myriad Dao demon sect had sent 2 divine emperors and 4 divine kings. The Qin clan had no choice but to be cautious. The Qin emperor must have heard that holy son Yun Shu killed the young master of the devil sect, right? Wan Rendi nodded. He had prepared all kinds of excuses long ago and was just waiting for the Qin emperor to ask. Since it was acting, of course, they had to go all out. Otherwise, look at teacher, Bo, doesn't he look like he's immersed in it every single time? What was this called? Professional. What? Ling Xiao is dead. The Qin emperor couldn't react in time and was even a little excited. Since Ling Xiao was killed by the holy son of Yun Shu, the Ling people would definitely seek revenge. With the addition of the Dan origin sacred ground and the myriad Dao devil sect, the cloudy Dew immortal sect would be annihilated in no time. Looking at the Qin emperor, who was gradually smiling, when Rendi and the others were surprised. Ling Xiao. Did I mention Ling Xiao? Wasn't the Qin emperor dreaming? As expected, it wasn't the Qin emperor who was deeply righteous and didn't want to provoke a war between the 2 supreme orthodoxies and cause the people of the eastern border to be plunged into misery. It was obvious that he didn't have enough confidence. Cough, cough, Qin emperor, I was talking about the previous young master of the devil sect. Wan Rendi coughed twice and instantly woke the Qin emperor up. Damn, I lost my composure. Oh, so it's the previous young master of the devil sect. Then sect leader, you mean? The Qin emperor's face turned serious, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn you, Wan Rendi, can't you speak clearly? You made me think about how to divide Yun Shu's territory. The young master of the devil sect was killed because his skills were inferior. That's why I didn't interfere in the past 20 years. However, the Yun Shu immortal sect is ambitious and dared to target the Qin clan. I'm afraid the Wan Rendi sect won't be able to escape from their hands. Why don't we take this opportunity to work together? Wan Rendi sneered and released his divine emperor aura. Instantly, many of the Qin clan's experts changed their expressions. Of course, if you don't want to, just pretend that I never came. As for Yin Shu, I'm not afraid of offending him. If he dares to provoke us, I'll kill my way to the Yun Shu sacred mountain. The Qin emperor's eyes turned serious. The faces of the elders in the hall turned solemn. This is the demeanor of a sect leader. If he dares to provoke us, I'll exterminate his entire sect. Even if the people are in a terrible situation, it will prove the righteousness of my sect. Of course, this was what Ling Xiao told Fu Yunyao in advance. He asked her to pass on the message to Wan Rendi. After all, this spy must have ignited the righteousness of the Qin clan's experts. And Wan Rendi's words were the last straw that crushed their inner defenses. Everything was under the control of Ling Xiao and his son. Imperial Emperor, we're willing to fight our way to the Yun Shu sacred mountain with sect leader Wan, and seek justice for our disciples. That's right, Imperial Emperor. Our Qin clan's trump card faction requests to fight. Imperial Emperor. In an instant, the Qin clan's sacred palace was filled with anger and despair. Sigh, the Qin Emperor sighed. He had lived for a long time, but he realized that he couldn't compare to the number of sighs he had in the past few days. Hee, sect leader, since you've come from afar, why don't you have a taste of my Qin clan's fine wine and delicacies? We can talk about the rest later. The Qin Emperor smiled warmly. He didn't even respond to the elder's request and walked towards the palace. Since the Qin Emperor is so enthusiastic, how can I refuse? Wan Rendi nodded. There was a hint of disappointment between his brows, but he sneered in his heart. Ling Xiao, I'll leave the rest to you. At the same time, in front of the Yunshu immortal sect, Ling Tianlin and the others tore through the air and walked towards the palace. Less than 100 miles away from the Sky Tribute City, a Yunshu immortal king frowned slightly. He looked at the black-robed figure in front of him in confusion. His eyes were filled with vigilance. Sir, why are you blocking my path? Since it's a fight between disciples, this elder, why don't you stay out of it? Gue! Ing stood with his hands behind his back. There seemed to be black light surging around him and enveloping his entire body. His face couldn't be seen clearly. You're from the Qin clan. Elder Yunshu was a second-grade divine king. He was one of the top experts in the eastern border. However, when he faced the black figure in front of him, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in the fight between disciples. He just wanted to go down the mountain to check if other sects were involved in this. However, he didn't expect that someone would block his path as soon as he left the mountain. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you must die today. Gue Ing didn't waste time talking nonsense. He suddenly stretched out his withered hands. Instantly, the sky darkened and the sun fell. A pitch-black, demonic sun appeared from the void and enveloped the immortal sect, immortal king. God Emperor. So it's the Qin clan. No. As soon as the blood-curdling screams rang out, they were instantly annihilated. Those below the God Emperor were all ants. It was true. Chapter 204. Young Master, I'll leave the rest to you. Gue Ing turned around and looked at the outline of the ancient city in the distance. It was obvious that there was a reason why Ling Xiao had ordered Emperor Ling to go to the Cloud Dew Immortal Sect. The war between the supreme Taoism orthodoxies was about to begin, not to mention the other sects. Even the people of the Ling clan knew very little about his existence. Occasionally, people would hear about him, but they would never guess that he had reached the great emperor realm. Even if someone had seen him fight, they were all dead. The world only knew that the Ling people had 3 great emperors, but they didn't know that there was another one hidden in the dark. Schemes and schemes naturally had to be set up early. Only then would they be able to turn the situation around at the crucial moment. At this moment, a white-robed figure was walking over from the mountains. Behind him, Xiao too respectfully took half a step back, looking a little nervous. It wasn't because of the purpose of their trip, but because he was afraid when he saw Ling Xiao. By now, anyone who knew about Ling Xiao's plan had guessed that the war between the Cloud Dew Immortal Sect and the Qin clan was started by this descendant of the Ling people. It took a lot of courage for a Pao Huang cultivator to plot against 2 supreme Taoism orthodoxies. What was even more frightening was that no one suspected him. What was a supreme Taoism orthodoxy? There are only 7 or 8 orthodoxies in the eastern border that dared to call themselves supreme Taoism orthodoxies, and all of them were great emperor realm cultivators. Needless to say, their cultivation was terrifying, and their temperament was meticulous and shrewd. But now, Xiao too vaguely felt that it might be a good choice to follow the young master. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about being played to death by him. When we reach the place later, kill as much as you want. Don't worry, you can use any soul skills. Ling Xiao turned and looked at Xiao Tu calmly. Xiao Tu's cultivation was already in the Paohuang realm, and it would be difficult for him to break through in a short period of time. Since that was the case, it would be better to hone one's temperament through killing. As for cultivation, one could only perfect their techniques through killing. In a battle between experts, one's cultivation realm was one of the factors. The other factor was, of course, strategy. Otherwise, why would the Son of Destiny in those books be able to surpass realms and kill enemies and turn the tables? Of course, it's because he's the main character and has his own halo. Since Xiao Tu's enemy was a holy son of a supreme Taoism orthodoxy, his strength and cultivation base must be extremely terrifying. However, it was impossible to kill Xiao Tuesday. If Xiao Tu could survive the myriad sect martial meeting, he would be able to use his trump cards in the mystic realm to kill his enemies. Xiao Tu's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he immediately had a guess in his heart. Judging from young lord's tone, it seemed like he was not going to let any of them off. The celestial tribute city was a dead city now. The ones they would encounter later would most likely be Yin Shu and the geniuses of the Qin clan. In that case, young lord intended to sever the inheritance of these two Tao orthodoxies? How did you become enemies with the Yuan, you holy son? Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. After all, he wanted to give the Qin clan's disciples some time to rush over. What he wanted to do was to take advantage of the chaos to kill the disciples of these two sects in one fell swoop. If he didn't panic, how could he kill? Young lord, the Yuan Yu holy son's real name is Xia Chen. He is the adopted son of the Shao clan. A trace of killing intent flashed across Xiao Tu's eyes. Even the aura around him gradually turned cold. Xia Chen, adopted son? Hiss, he is the perfect protagonist. Go on. Ling Xiao's interest was immediately piqued. Although some of the geniuses he had met recently were blessed with providence, they were not that lucky. Hence, he didn't feel much pleasure in plundering them. However, this Xia Chen sounded like someone with a story. This Xia Chen's talent was originally mediocre. However, he has a sinister personality and is very good at pleasing others. Hence, he is quite popular with girls. My elder brother, Xiao En, has a childhood sweetheart that he likes very much. Xiao Tu sighed. He looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. At this moment, Ling Xiao's face revealed a look of realization. Next, that little lamb. No, that Xiaoan must have done something to frame Xia Chen. However, he didn't expect the latter to awaken a fortuitous encounter and kill the Xiao clan instead. Haha, it's another lousy trick. However, it's indeed quite interesting. I just don't know if Xia Chen's bloodline awakened or if he was coincidentally possessed by someone with the same name. And then Ling Xiao stopped and looked at Xiao Tu with interest. My elder brother made Xia Chen unconscious and put him on the same bed as the city, Lord's daughter. Then he informed the city, Lord's family. In the end, Xia Chen was hit on the head by the city, Lord, who rushed over. Blood splattered everywhere. However, I didn't expect he didn't die. He even laughed wildly and said many strange things. A trace of fear flashed across Xiao Tu's face. Although he wasn't in the clan at that time, he had returned to the clan to inquire about the reason. It was wrong for his elder brother to hate because of love. However, that Xia Chen had the ambition of a wolf. He killed 89 people, 3 dogs, and 10 chickens of the Shao clan. It was cruel. Xiao Tu had to avenge this blood feud. Oh! What did he say? In fact, Ling Xiao had already guessed what Xia Chen said. However, he didn't expect to meet this version of the Son of Destiny so soon. What exactly did he say? Almost everyone who heard it died. However, he said something like, I'm not dead. Holy Maiden Qi Luo, you're too cruel. God Emperor Qingyang, I treated you as my elder brother. Just you wait. It's all crazy stuff. F***ck. possession by an expert. Luckily, it wasn't the reincarnation of an immortal king. How should I put it? No matter how powerful the person who possessed the body was, he or she wouldn't be very lucky. After all, his physical body had been destroyed. He might have only managed to preserve a trace of his soul with the help of a rare treasure. Then, some unlucky person picked it up and activated it by accident. By the moment the unlucky person died, the God Emperor woke up and possessed the body to prepare a shocking revenge plan. Generally speaking, the God Emperor usually had unparalleled battle prowess when he was alive. He could crush people of the same cultivation level. At the same time, he was appreciated by a beauty and had a supreme treasure on him. His soul was also preserved because of this treasure. That was how he managed to escape death. The person who killed him was basically his best brother. Then he teamed up with his most trusted woman to launch a sneak attack on him. Their goal was naturally the supreme treasure on him. Of course, when the possessed God Emperor returned to the divine world, he would definitely realize that the so-called Holy Maiden Chi Luo was actually forced by someone. The two of them would have a melodramatic love scene. The Holy Maiden would even feel guilty and be willing to die. It was a spectacular scene that made people shed tears. Wonderful. It seemed that Xiao Tu was indeed blessed with great luck. At least he was still alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the God Emperor's evil hands. However, God Emperor Qingyang, Holy Maiden Qi Luo, these two names were very unfamiliar. Could it be that this expert wasn't from this world? Looking at it now, this world was indeed quite big. Haha. Ling Xiao grinned and bowed to the readers across the screen. Thank you. Let's continue to work hard together. Chapter 205. Sigh. It will be difficult for you to kill him. Do you really not need me to do it? Ling Xiao sighed. No matter how serious his injuries were, he would have long since recovered from the possession of a strong cultivator. He would have been able to crush anyone of the same level as him. Xia Chen didn't kill Xiao Tu because he rarely left the mountain to train. He spent most of his time cultivating in the sect. Secondly, he probably had enough confidence. After all, he was reincarnated. His goal wasn't the current grudge, but Emperor God Qingyang and Holy Girl Qi Luo. Xiao Tu was hardly a match for him. Fortunately, it was just an expert who was reincarnated, not a celestial king. If it was the latter, even Ling Xiao had to be cautious. To be able to experience the cycle of reincarnation, reverse time, and be reborn, such a person must have great fortune on him. Moreover, he must be a peerless person with perfect Tao laws. After they were reincarnated, their bodies were still their own. In other words, their luck didn't change. Most importantly, they had the power to predict the future. Even if they fought Ling Xiao, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After all, Ling Xiao was only guessing the development of the plot based on his experience, and he could tell who was the destined one. Reincarnated celestial kings had even experienced their own death. How could the changes in the world escape their eyes? Even so, the Yuanyu Holy Son, Xia Qin, would still be the most troublesome opponent Ling Xiao had met so far. It wasn't because of his cultivation. How could these 17 or 18-year-old children of destiny compare to the temperament of an emperor god? There's no need to trouble you, young master. I'll avenge my clan, even if I have to die. If I die on the battle platform, please avenge me. Xiao Tu took a deep breath and bowed to Ling Xiao. You won't die. Ling Xiao shook his head. There seemed to be a demonic light in his eyes. He liked Xiao Tu's character very much. Once such a person got his revenge, he would definitely serve him wholeheartedly. Neither the Universal Demon Sect nor the Ling people were Ling Xiao's true supporters. What he needed was a group of powerhouses who were completely loyal to him. Then he would give them some spiritual treasures of creation and let them develop their own forces. They would blossom in all directions and weave their nets in many places. At that time, the heavens and earth would be at their fingertips. Why, young master, Xiao Tu narrowed his eyes and was slightly shocked. With this young master's temperament, if he said he wouldn't die, then there was a 90% chance that he wouldn't die. The other 10% was mostly his own doing. These words undoubtedly gave him a lot of confidence. All right, there's still half a month left. Let's go and settle the matter here first. How's your cultivation of the soul cultivation method I gave you coming along? I've already reached the 3rd level of the sharp drum seal, but the soul sword is a little strange. I can't condense it for the time being. Xiao Tu's expression darkened slightly. He clearly felt that he had let down Ling Xiao. Don't worry, that soul sword is not complete. Once I find the other styles for you, you will be able to cultivate it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and turned to look into the distance. Under the white clouds, the outline of an ancient city gradually appeared. At this moment, the top of the city wall was filled with disciples in white robes. The person in the lead was handsome and tall. His face was dignified, and his eyes were sharp with a mortal light. He was the Cloud Dew sacred son, Jinyang. Below the city wall, a group of Qin clan's disciples who were dressed in robes of different colors were courteous and courteous. They greeted the disciples of Yin, Shu one by one. Among them, the golden-robed Qin Wei stood behind them. His body was dazzling, faintly reflecting the scorching sun above his head. However, although the true disciples of these two orthodoxies seemed to be in an intense atmosphere, none of them made the first move. All of the confrontations were focused on words. Thinking about it, although the two orthodoxies were like fire and water now. However, the scope of the conflict was only on the vassal forces. If a war broke out between the true disciples today, it would definitely affect the foundation of the orthodoxies. At that time, there would be no turning back. Jin Yang was not stupid, and Qin Wei was naturally not stupid. No matter how many of the vassal forces died, it had nothing to do with them. However, once they made a move, it would be a situation where they would fight to the death. The Cloud Dew sacred son is so old? Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at the two sides who were arguing fiercely. There was a hint of surprise in his tone. Yes, Jin Yang is known as the strongest sacred son of Cloud Dew. He has Tao laws and is now 38 years old. Xiao Tu looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. 38 years old? Was that old? The path to immortality was vast, and cultivators were easily hundreds of years old. A man in his 30s. Wasn't that the age of a flower? He was skilled in methods, had a stable status, and had some financial resources. As for his combat strength, he was also approaching the peak. Why did the young master look like he had seen nothing? Yes, no wonder he could kill the previous young master of the devil sect. His Tao laws are flourishing, and among his peers he is considered relatively strong. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. 2000 Providence, Win Tao laws mid-stage of Powong. In comparison, the successor of the Qin clan, Qin Wei, was relatively mediocre. He had no providence and had not comprehended Tao laws. Although his cultivation was also at the mid-stage of Powong, it was obvious that he would definitely die in today's battle. A prodigy of the ancient clans like him was born to be trampled on by others. On the other hand, Jin Yang was a little tempting. Now that Ling Xiao had a Providence plunder talisman, Jin Yang was a good choice. As for the sacred son, Yuan Yu, he would enter the Tian Yuan secret realm after all. Ling Xiao had plenty of time to play with him. When the battle starts later, help the disciples of Cloud Dew sacred son to kill the people of the Qin clan. Do you see that young Master Lung? Don't kill him for real. If you end up like this. Ling Xiao leaned over and whispered a few words in Xiao Tu's ear. Then he took out a human skin mask and a golden talisman. After all, Qin Lung had providence on him. Ling Xiao was prepared to follow the heavenly Tao and give him a supreme opportunity. When the time comes, you just need to retreat first. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao smiled eerily. The The prodigies here were the foundation of the two great orthodoxies. Each of them was powerful. However, there were only 2 or 3 of them who were at the mid-stage of Paong. When the time came, Jin Yang would definitely have to face Qin Wei. Xiao, too, would not be in great danger. Yes. After hearing Ling Zhao's words, Xiao Tu's eyes flashed with a cold light. The young master's actions were indeed unpredictable. Come up here. Come up here if you dare. Come down here. Come down and fight me to the death if you have the guts. F***CK. How dare you shout when you don't have the guts? If you dare to come up here, I promise I'll beat you until your father can't recognize you. Stop bragging. If you come down here, I can kill you with one move. The disciples of Cloud, Du's sacred son, and the Qin clan cursed angrily. Those who did not know better would think that their relationship was already irreconcilable. However, the city wall was only a few dozen feet tall. Not to mention these prodigies, even a void spirit realm cultivator could easily jump over it. At this moment, the city wall was like a natural barrier that blocked the path of these prodigies. Haha, it seems like I have to help them. Ling Xiao grinned and signaled Xiao Tu to calm down with his eyes. Then, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 206. With the level of Ling Zhao's divine soul and the Emperor's astral robe, even a divine king would not be able to detect his aura, let alone these disciples. At this moment, the disciples of the 2 orthodoxies were focused on each other. Therefore, no one paid attention to the figure who had leaped onto the city wall and stood behind the Cloud Shu disciples. You disciples of the Qin clan like to be arrogant. If you have the ability, come up here and let's have a fair fight. Haha, I heard that the Cloud Shu disciples were crushed by Lord Ling Xiao of the myriad Dao demon sect in the Sunset City. They kneeled on the ground and barked for an entire day. It seems that Lord Ling Xiao has good taste. He saw through your true nature with just one look. Qin Lung sneered at the foot of the city wall. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. If there was anyone who wanted to start a fight here, it was probably only him. After all, he was the one who was blamed for everything. He really wanted to crush this group of hypocritical righteous faction disciples with his own hands to clear his name. However, since Qin Wei did not move, he did not dare to act rashly. He still wanted to keep his dog life and look forward to the day when he would meet Lord Ling Xiao again. Qin Lung, you beast in human face. Who are you calling a dog? Do you believe that I won't tear your mouth apart? I'm calling you dogs. If you have the ability, come down here. I'm standing right here. Which one of you will come down and fight with me? Qin Lung laughed maniacally. He had clearly seen the situation in front of him. Today, the disciples of the 2 orthodoxies would most likely not fight. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so arrogant. Just as he finished speaking, a cloud-grained disciple suddenly flew out from the top of the city wall in a strange posture and flew towards the bottom of the city wall. Suddenly the atmosphere froze. The disciples of the 2 orthodoxies looked at the angry figure with a hint of panic in their eyes. Even the disciple who was hovering in the air had a blank look on his face. F***CK. Who kicked me? This is not the result I wanted. You said that you can survive if you cultivate. You can prove your Tao if you work hard. Why do I suddenly feel cold when I'm filled with hot blood? But now that we've come down, we can't throw away the prestige of our cloudy millet immortal sect, right? Who didn't die? Just which bastard wants me dead? Spiritual light suddenly surged from the body of Yun Shu's disciple, shocking the heavens and earth. Brothers, charge! Behind the crowd, a furious roar could be heard. The disciples of Cloud Shu, who were still in a daze, instinctively channeled their spiritual energy and rushed down the city wall. There was no other way. He had already shouted this slogan. If he continued to hesitate, wouldn't it make him seem like he, Yun Shu, was a coward? At this moment, spiritual light flickered between heaven and earth, and the sound of killing was deafening. The two sides that were originally arguing verbally instantly launched a heaven-shaking slaughter. Look! With this rhythm, there are people listening. Someone who can be trusted, hiss. They would lose a lot of happiness. Qin Wei and Holy Sun Yin Shu stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. They swallowed hard. Holy Sun Yin Shu, in particular, was frowning as he looked behind him. It was as if he wanted to see which dog of a bitch was the one who started this endless battle. At this moment, Ling Xiao's figure had already retreated 10 miles away. He looked at the two sides calmly with a faint smile on his face. Charge! The roar resounded through the sky. Countless spiritual lights fell like stars from the sky, crashing down with a loud bang. The heavens and earth seemed to darken, and a bloody sun stretched across the sky, sprinkling down thousands of blood rays. Sigh. In the end, Holy Sun Yin Shu sighed softly and stepped out. Suddenly, an afterimage appeared behind him, like a floating light illusion, mysterious and unpredictable. At this point, even if he wanted to avoid the battle, he was powerless to retreat. Qin Wei, come and fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qin Wei's eyes narrowed, and he gritted his teeth fiercely. His body turned into a great sun, emitting endless divine light, and he charged towards Jin Yang. Between heaven and earth, a bloody wind blew everywhere, and Qin Wei and Jin Yang's figures finally collided. Boom! Divine light scattered and the wind howled. In this first head-on collision, the two clearly didn't use their full strength. Even so, Qin Wei still took a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. It's your turn. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. He saw that Xiao, too, seemed to have sensed something. He turned into a long eagle and flew down from the sky. The moment he landed, the spirit sword in his hand chopped off the head of a Qin clan disciple. Charge! In the face of the sudden arrival of help, the Cloud Dew disciples didn't care. The Qin clan was sinister, and it was normal for them to have a few enemies. With someone coming to help, their victory was assured. Cloud Dew Immortal Sect, you actually invited outside help. Brothers, charge! Qin Lung looked at the unfamiliar figure with a ferocious expression. He unsheathed the heartless sword in his hand, and he looked like a peerless young master. However, his sword was quite heartless, but when the Cloud Dew disciples saw him, they all felt bitter and resentful. All kinds of spirit seals fell on him, and in just a breath's time, he bled 2 liters of blood. F***CK. I think you guys are purposely targeting me. Qin Lung's white robe was instantly dyed red with blood. He never dreamed that these damn Cloud Dew disciples would really dare to declare war on the Qin clan. However, it was useless to regret now. Qin Lung finally understood why Ma Liang fainted that day. He also wanted to faint now, but with his current situation, even if he fainted, he would probably be hammered a few times. Lord Ling Xiao today, I'm afraid I'll really have to meet you again in the next life. If I was braver that day and looked at you a few more times, I can die without regrets. Die. Just as Qin Lung was crying, a furious roar suddenly came from the void in the distance. Immediately, a strange wave swept out, causing layers of ripples in the space. Xiao Tu's expression was cold. Like an ancient soul cultivator, his body emitted endless soul light. In his hand, a soul seal suddenly pressed down, instantly crushing the void and smashing towards Qin Lung's head. Buzz! An incomparably fierce, ancient seal fell from the sky. Before the ancient seal landed, the entire ground was suppressed to a depth of 10 feet. It's over. At this moment, Qin Lung's heart trembled. In the blink of an eye, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it wasn't for Lord Ling Xiao, he would have died on the sunset peak long ago. It was all thanks to the young master that he was able to live for so long. In this life, I'm a member of the Qin clan. I can't repay this great kindness. If my soul returns here in the next life, I will definitely follow the young master. The spirit sword in Qin Leng's hand emitted a mysterious light as it slashed towards the soul seal. However, with his means, how could he resist this shocking attack? The heartless sword shattered, and Qin Leng's figure fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, there was no trace of fear on his face. It was as if he had an epiphany about death. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a faint trace of reluctance. Lord Ling Xiao, wait for my return. Buzz. The cold soul light enveloped heaven and earth, instantly drowning Qin Leng's figure. However, just as the latter closed his eyes in despair, he clearly saw a majestic figure rushing towards the seal. Behind him was a vast sea of stars. The sun and moon shone together, scattering endless immortal light. This scene was like a carving knife that was deeply engraved in Qin Leng's heart again. Chapter 207. Lord Ling Xiao. Qin Leng's originally dim eyes suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. It was not because of the joy of surviving a calamity, but because the figure in his mind had once again blocked in front of him at the brink of death. Was this a predetermined fate? Otherwise, why would young master appear in time every time? Ah, Lord Ling Xiao, you are like the first ray of light born in this world, flawless and brilliant, illuminating the endless darkness. I know that I am not worthy to stand beside you, but in this life, I am willing to be that one, the most persistent light chaser among all living beings. I will follow you across the mountains, seas, and rivers, and I will have no regrets, no hatred, and no complaints. It turns out that I am not heartless. It is just that I have never seen young master's face. Boom! The soul seal fell, covering heaven and earth. Ling Xiao casually waved his finger, and a sky-tearing sword light soared into the sky, directly slashing that ancient seal into soul light. The soul light scattered like brilliant fireworks. Although it was only for a moment, it mesmerized Qin Leng's eyes. He believed that this splendid and temporary scene was blooming for him alone. Young Master Leng, how have you been? Only when a gentle laughter came from above his head did Qin Leng's eyes become clear. When he opened his eyes again, young master's handsome face was already in front of him. Even his entire body was embraced by young master in a shy posture. Gulp! Qin Leng swallowed his saliva fiercely. Everything that happened today was like a glimpse of the morning sun, and to all living beings it was just a moment. But to him alone, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. Lord Ling Xiao, long time no see. Young Master Leng. Ling Xiao frowned. Suddenly, a strange system notification sounded in his mind. Ugh, congratulations to the host. Ugh, you have received 50 luck points, 500 ugh. Young master, we meet again. Qin Leng's face turned red, and he instinctively struggled out of Ling Xiao's arms. But in the next moment, he felt a little regretful. The entire world was like ice. Only in young master's arms, it was peaceful and quiet. I am not crazy, arrogant, or indulgent. I am only greedy for the warmth in your arms. Young Master Leng, please be careful. Seeing the undisguised admiration in Qin Leng's eyes, Ling Xiao's face turned pale, and he almost vomited on the ground. This young Master Leng was a talent. He had not even executed the divine soul inscription, and this guy actually took the initiative to submit? Young Master, be careful! Qin Leng stood on the spot, his eyes filled with infatuation. Ling Xiao merely glanced at Xiao too, and the latter immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fled toward the distant mountains. Is this young master's strength? He crushed a soul cultivator with a single glance. Qin Leng's hands were folded before his chest as he raised his head to look at the imposing figure. The excitement at the bottom of his heart had already started to go out of control. Young Master Leng, stand further away. Leave this group of Yun Shu people to me. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Qin Leng felt the space tremble. He saw the former's silhouette suddenly soar into the air and fly towards the space where Jin Yang was. Over there, Qin Wei's body was already covered in wounds. The Qin clan's disciples were also being chased by Yun Shu's people. They were completely defeated. However, with the addition of Ling Xiao, the situation seemed to have changed instantly. Qin Wei left to kill Yun Shu's disciples, but Ling Xiao alone stopped Jin Yang. The battle was about to start, and Qin Leng's blood was already boiling. Lord Ling Xiao, the hero of the Qin clan, is the benefactor of the Qin clan. Looking at the dazed young man in front of him, Ling Xiao grinned. He turned back to look at Shui Ying and suddenly waved his hand. The green devil ancient cauldron instantly soared into the sky and turned into 1,000 feet large, trapping the entire space within. Qin Leng's function was probably equivalent to a camera, witnessing what Ling Xiao wanted him to witness. In this way, everything that seemed to be confusing became completely real. After all, everyone believed that seeing was believing. In the space of the ancient cauldron, Ling Xiao coldly looked at the disciples of the two sects who had stopped fighting, and suddenly a smile bloomed on his face. Ling Xiao, it's you! Countless Yun Shu disciples exclaimed. The news of Su Yuwei being humiliated in Sunset City had already spread throughout the eastern border. Seeing the smile on the face of the demonic sect's young master, many people's hearts skipped a beat. Qin Wei and Jin Yang stood in the sky, looking up at the ancient cauldron that covered heaven and earth. There was also a trace of fear in the depths of their eyes. Ling Xiao's identity could not be considered friendly to the two orthodoxies. Today, who would he help and who would he kill today? Haha, Brother Wei, hold on a little longer. Wait for me to kill all of these Yun Shu disciples. Then I'll come to help you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. An ancient sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he rushed toward the Yun Shu disciples. At this time, more than half of the Qin clan's disciples were dead, and Qin Wei was already defeated by the Yun Shu Holy Sun. If not for Ling Xiao's sudden appearance, this time the younger generation of the Qin clan would have been slaughtered. Kill! Looking at the white-robed figure who swung his sword and killed the enemies, Qin Wei's face suddenly rose into a cold smile. The originally anxious and aggrieved feeling in the bottom of his heart instantly disappeared. Jin Yang, today is the day you die. So, why were Ling Xiao and Qin Wei, both successors of the ancient clans, destined to have different endings? Because of their vision, or rather, because he could clearly understand the settings of the people in front of him through the system. For an ancient clan's genius like Qin Wei, Ling Xiao did not feel the slightest pressure to kill him. But when facing Jin Yang, he had to be more cautious. It wasn't that killing them required a lot of effort. Lin Shi, for example, was the destined son of destiny. Even if Ling Xiao's providence value was higher than his, it was still easy for unforeseen events to occur during the process. One careless step, and the whole game would be lost. Clear light flowed in Ling Xiao's hand. The moment the ancient sword slashed out, the Yun Shu disciples were instantly split into two halves. Invincible immortal appearance, the late stage of the Paong realm, made the true disciples of the ancient clans in front of him unable to resist at all. Blood splattered, dyeing the ground red. Even the oceanic ancient city was collapsing under the destruction of the Taoist talismans. However, Ling Xiao did kill the Yun Shu disciples, but his sword intent was merciless. Occasionally, some unlucky Qin clan disciples would be affected and their heads would be separated from their bodies. In a short while, the Yun Shu immortal sect, which originally had the upper hand, was left with only the holy son Jin Yang. Ling Xiao put away his sword, and stood proudly in midair. Below him, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Countless immortal sect disciples died tragically under his sword. Not a single corpse was intact. Severed limbs and heads were scattered all over the ground. It was like purgatory in the human world. Even the remaining members of the Qin clan were looking at the young man above them with fear in their eyes. Their faces were filled with fear. This was the Devil Sect's young master they had heard of, bloodthirsty, cruel, and violent. At this moment, in the distant sky, Qin Wei roared angrily. His body was like a scorching sun, and his entire body expanded out of thin air. Vast and vigorous spiritual energy, fluctuations spread out in all directions, crushing the void. Damn Ling Xiao! Damn the Qin clan! Today I will kill all of you. Jin Yang looked at the miserable scene in the distance. There were several times when he wanted to clone himself to save them. However, although Qin Wei's strength was inferior to his, he was the successor of the ancient clans after all. He did not give him too many chances to be distracted. Now that the Yunshu disciples had been slaughtered, Jin Yang's face was almost distorted. The anger in his heart surged like a river, turning into a monstrous spiritual light that bloomed like an immortal. Buzz! Then he pressed down with his palm, and the power of the Tao laws appeared out of thin air, transforming into a long dragon. Like a destructive demonic wind, it tore through space and enveloped Qin Wei's head. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao only looked at the scene in front of him calmly. He had no intention of making a move. Haha, it was a dogfight. He would let them fight for a while longer. It would save him some energy. Chapter 208. Boom! In the next moment, terrifying spiritual energy ripples exploded like a waterfall between heaven and earth. The entire Sea Ancient City was instantly turned into ruins. Astral winds spread everywhere. Just a wisp of power was enough to throw countless Qin clan disciples to the ground, causing them to vomit blood, still lacking a little. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the two people who were clashing. His expression was still indifferent. Although Qin Wei's cultivation level was similar to Jin Yang's, he had not comprehended the law of Tao, so he would definitely lose. Moreover, the Qin clan's ancient technique, the Great Sun Saint Body, was indeed very powerful, but in the end, the ancient technique was not a bloodline. Compared to those with the Khanate Saint Body, Qin Wei was still a little weaker. Poof! The spiritual light flickered, and a figure fell from the sky. His body was covered in blood, as if he had been cut by a sharp weapon. It was the successor of the Qin clan, Qin Wei. At this moment, there was obvious fear in his eyes, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Too powerful, this Jin Yang was really too powerful. If not for the fact that his Great Sun Saint Body had improved, he would have died in the hands of this Saint Yunshu. Qin Wei die. Jin Yang looked like a madman, and his figure flashed as he chased after Qin Wei. At this moment he had thought it through. The current situation was probably set up by the Qin clan and the Universal Demon Sect. Even if the Qin clan had taken the initiative to show goodwill, it was probably only the beginning of this plan. After all, when he had killed the Universal Demon Sect's young master, Wanrendi and the others had been too calm. It turned out that this group of people from the Demon Sect had planned so far ahead. This could also explain why the successor of the Ling people, who had always been enemies with the Qin clan, would repeatedly save Qinlong. Haha! There is no such thing as an eternal enemy in this world. At this moment, the concerns of the sect and the suffering of the people were no longer important. Only a battle to the death could resolve the hatred in Jin Yang's heart. Buzz! However, just as he appeared a few feet in front of Qin Wei, a strange buzzing sound suddenly came from the void in the distance. Between heaven and earth, the lightning was dazzling, illuminating the sky. The dazzling brilliance made the entire space dim. Then a thunder sun fell from the sky, directly suppressing Jin Yang's figure. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood and desperately circulated the power of the Tao laws. Only then was he able to find a trace of survival in that terrifying attack. Even so, the holy son of Yin Shu still fell to the ground in a sorry state. All the bones in his body were broken, and his muscles were torn. His aura had completely withered. Perfected Tao law. Jin Yang raised his head in fear, only to see a white-clothed figure slowly walking over from above his head. There was a light smile on his face. What a terrifying power of Tao, as expected of an invincible immortal. The members of the Qin clan all exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. In their eyes, their descendants were already the best in the eastern frontier. However, in front of Holy Sun Yin Shu, he still ended up with his saint body crumbling. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao suppressed Jin Yang, who was surrounded by Tao laws and had unparalleled immortal might, with a single seal. This scene was enough to intimidate everyone, causing them to feel chills all over their bodies. The crowd could not help but wonder, who in the entire Xingzhou could be a match for the young master of the devil sect? The young noble plain had crushed his generation. Thank you, young master. Qin Wei got up from the ground and looked at the ferocious-looking Jin Yang in the distance, with a hint of awe in his eyes. He had only heard that the successor of the Ling people was invincible in the world. He had only heard such rumors as a joke. In this world, who dared to call themselves invincible? How many dared to say that they were invincible? However, now it seemed that Ling Xiao was indeed qualified to stand at the top of the Xingzhou. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Jin Yang's face was gloomy, and spiritual light suddenly bloomed all over his body. He never dreamed that the new young master of the devil sect would be so tyrannical. Back then, when he was in high spirits and killed the previous young master of the devil sect to become the holy son of the immortal sect, Ling Xiao was just a child. However, in the blink of an eye, he had the power to crush the current generation. Jin Yang was unwilling and did not believe it. He had been careless just now. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he was only in the Paong realm. Jin Yang was confident that no one in this realm could kill him. If I can kill one young master of the devil sect, I can kill a second one. Taking a deep breath, Jin Yang's face calmed down again. The chosen one's temperament was indeed extraordinary. Behind him, a vortex of wind connected the heavens and the earth. Clear light shone brightly, indicating destruction. A low and ancient immortal chant sounded leisurely. The whole world suddenly fell silent for a moment. Only the howling of the wind seemed to be eternal and unchanging. My path to immortality is invincible in the world. In my eyes, you are just stepping stones to the top of the great Tao. Jin Yang looked up to the sky and roared. The void in front of him was about to collapse. Invincible in the world? You must have misunderstood the word invincible. Fine. Today I will break your path to immortality and destroy your Tao so that you can understand the true meaning of these two words. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and the lightning around him suddenly became bright. Then the ancient sword in his hand gently slashed down, and the originally silent space suddenly rippled with a buzzing sound. The endless lightning seemed to be mixed with piercing coldness. The overbearing Tao laws suddenly bloomed like sunlight and turned into a beam of sword aura, cutting a fine line in the sky and slashing down. STTH, Jin Yang's eyes popped out. He couldn't dodge at all, and the vortex above his head cracked in the middle and dissipated. Then his entire body slid down and fell to the ground. His broken bones were as smooth as a mirror. Even his internal organs were still alive, but they were cut in the middle. Gulp. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with fear and a strong sense of death in their eyes. Who in the world could resist that slash? Even divine generals and divine lords would have to avoid it, not to mention Jinnyang, who was just a Paong state cultivator. Your path to immortality has come to an end. Ling Xiao gave a carefree smile and waved his hand. A monstrous soul aura gathered and turned into the shape of an ancient seal, which directly crushed Jinnyang into pieces. The saint of Yunshu, invincible in the world, died today. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the luck plunder card. Plunder 2,000 luck points from the destined child and 20,000 villain points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the Tao laws of wind. Beep. You have killed the destined child. Extra reward. 19 revolutions, soul elixir. 1 supreme grade array, breaking talisman. Half of a realm seed. A realm seed? Half? Ling Xiao's face froze, and a vortex seemed to be formed in his eyes. F***K. The system is too stingy. It only gave him half of a realm seed? Didn't this mean that he had to kill a child of Heaven's mandate in order to form a complete region? As for the 9 revolutions soul elixir and supreme grade array breaking talisman, haha, I am invincible. You can do whatever you want. The entire space was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. All the members of the Qin clan looked at the tall figure in the sky in awe and swallowed hard. His white robe fluttered in the wind. His invincible aura was apparent. Young Master is unparalleled. Yes, if it weren't for Young Master, we would have been killed by Yunshu and those hypocrites. No wonder Young Master Lung said that the Lord Ling Xiao is righteous. I didn't believe it before. Now it seems that I am limited. After a while, the crowd burst into cheers. There are still too many. Hearing the cheers, Ling Xiao looked at everyone calmly and suddenly shook his head with a smile. Chapter 209. Too much? Young Master. What's too much? Qin Wei was at a loss, especially when he saw the indifference in Ling Xiao's eyes. He suddenly felt a sense of unease. Hee, Young Master Ling Xiao. It's all thanks to your righteous actions today. Otherwise, the younger generation of my Qin clan would have all died here. That's right. Young Master is righteous. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. We can't repay you for saving our lives. Young Master, please accept our respect. After witnessing Ling Xiao's heaven-defying means, these Qin clan disciples were truly in awe. Lord Ling Xiao, since Jinnyang is dead, shouldn't we go out now? Qin Wei raised his head and looked at the ancient cauldron that was emitting a dim light in the air. His eyes flickered with vigilance. With Ling Xiao's strength, wanting to kill him was practically the matter of a single sword strike. Moreover, he felt that Ling Xiao's appearance today was too coincidental. He didn't have time to think about it when the two sides were fighting, but now that he calmed down, he felt that something was wrong. Isn't it too early for you to be happy? Ling Xiao smiled gently and lowered his head to look at the dozens of Qin clan disciples who were still alive. These people were all geniuses of the Qin clan and had a respected status. In other words, each of them had the potential to compete with Qin Lung for the successor's position, now that Young Master Lung had sincerely submitted. Although there was something wrong with his submission, Qin Wei could use him without worry. After all, the system's judgment wouldn't be wrong. As for Qin Wei, someone had to bear the blame for this expedition of the supreme Taoism orthodoxy. Otherwise, if he attracted the attention of the saint sect, there might be more unforeseen events. Happy? Too early? Qin Wei's eyes narrowed as he looked at Ling Xiao in fear. Young Master, what do you mean? I'll give you 2 options. Either you die, or I plant a soul imprint on you and make you my slave. Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. His white robe was spotless, and he looked like an immortal. But the words he said sent chills down Qin Wei's spine. So this is your true scheme? Destroy Yun Shu first, then destroy the Qin clan? Qin Wei lowered his head and chuckled. His face was downcast. He should have known that this descendant of the Ling people would not have any good intentions when he suddenly appeared. However, every step he took was logical, and no one could find the slightest flaw. Even if I kill you, I still have a way to take you as my slave. It's just a little more troublesome. What do you think? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The lightning around him suddenly surged, and an irresistible force swept across thousands of miles. He was like an ancient thunder god. I'm willing to be young master's slave. I do. The Qin clan's descendants were instantly pressed to the ground as they howled in pain. At this moment, they no longer had the ambition to compete with Ling Xiao. In other words, their Dao hearts had been completely shattered along with Jin Yang's death. On the path to immortality, a shattered Dao heart was no different from death. What I seek in this life is nothing more than an ignoble existence. None of you are fit to be my slaves. Ling Xiao shook his head. His gaze remained on Qin Wei. I do. After a while, the surging lightning intent became even more piercingly cold. Qin Wei gritted his teeth and knelt in front of Ling Xiao. However, I hope you can let them live. Open your mind. The soul light in Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. An ancient soul seal instantly condensed and fell towards Qin Wei's sea of consciousness. The latter took a deep breath, and a hint of unwillingness and resentment appeared in his eyes. In the end, he did not stop it and allowed the seal to dissipate. Buzz! A strange feeling instantly came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Qin Wei understood that he was no longer himself. He was just Ling Xiao's puppet, a soul slave. It was even to the extent that his actions were completely under Ling Xiao's control, and Ling Xiao only needed a single thought to kill him. Go kill them. Ling Xiao lowered his head and looked at the wailing Qin clan's descendants on the ground. You! Qin Wei's expression turned cold. He looked at the young man above him with grief and indignation. And, with just a thought from Ling Xiao, Qin Wei felt an irresistible force controlling his body. He walked towards the Qin clan's descendants. No, young master, don't. No. Save me. In the space of the ancient cauldron, miserable screams could be heard. Ling Xiao just looked at the countless corpses on the ground calmly. In the end, with a thought, he took out a spiritual talisman from the system. I killed them because they saw my secret. Don't worry. As long as you listen to me, I guarantee that the Qin clan will not be destroyed. Ling Xiao casually handed the spiritual talisman to Qin Wei. The power contained in this talisman can kill a divine marquis. Keep it to protect yourself. After saying that, Ling Xiao waved his hand. The green devil ancient cauldron immediately buzzed and disappeared. The world regained its clarity once more. However, the strands of dense blood energy rippling in the surroundings seemed to be constantly reminding the world that an unprecedented and shocking massacre had taken place here. Qin Lung was still looking at the sky. Over there, Qin Wei had already killed all the Yun Shu's disciples. Ling Xiao had also stopped his attack. The Yun Shu Saint Sun looked at the Qin clan's prodigies coldly. Spiritual light flickered around his body. The power of Dao burned as if he had entered a state of madness. Blood rained down from the sky. This battle could be said to be extremely tragic. There were even a few times when Qin Lung wanted to jump up and join the battle. However, his injuries were already serious enough. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. When the last Qin clan's disciple fell to the ground, the Yun Shu Saint Sun suddenly laughed out loud. He self-destructed his divine soul and body and rushed towards Ling Xiao and Qin Wei. Boom! The world turned dark. When Qin Lung raised his head, the Yun Shu Saint Sun had already disappeared. Qin Wei was also covered in blood, and his aura was weak. The battle between the prodigies of the two sects finally came to an end. Qin Wei walked over from the side and patted Qin Lung's shoulder lightly. There seemed to be a deep meaning in his eyes. Let's go. Where's Lord Ling Xiao? Qin Lung shuddered, especially when he saw the bloodstains on Qin Wei's body. He felt a deep respect from the bottom of his heart. As expected of the successor of the Qin clan, this battle will definitely make the Qin clan famous in the eastern border. Young master has left. Qin Wei sighed. He turned around and looked at the mountain of corpses. In the end, he gritted his teeth and slammed his palm down from the sky. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the sky. Countless corpses and bones were connected to the ghost town and completely turned into dust. Big brother, this place is the best place for them to return to. At the same time, Yunshu Immortal Sect. Immortal Master Yunshu looked coldly at Ling Tianlin and the others who had disappeared. His eyes were piercingly cold, and he seemed to be in deep thought. Just now, the Ling people expressed their intention to join forces with Yunshu to destroy the Qin clan. However, they were rejected by him, although Immortal Master Yunshu didn't know how sincere the Ling people were. The tragedy of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, had never stopped for thousands of years. This pool of muddy water was getting more and more muddy. Immortal Master. At this moment, a sorrowful cry suddenly came from outside the main hall. Even with Immortal Master Yunshu's temperament, his imperial body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Immortal Master, the life tablets of the Third Elder and the Saint Sun have been shattered. Chapter 210. What? Immortal Master Cloudy Dew's expression changed. He clenched his fists so hard that 5 finger marks appeared on the golden chair under him. Not only that, all the disciples who came down the mountain have died. Boom! Monstrous killing intent filled the air. The entire Cloudy Dew Immortal Sect was enveloped by a majestic aura. All of them had died. What did this mean? The Cloudy Dew Immortal Sect's inheritance was broken. Immortal Master Cloudy Dew looked into the distance. No matter how much regret he had in his heart, there was nothing he could do now. He didn't expect the Qin clan to be so shameless. Elder Wang was a divine king. If it wasn't for the divine emperor, he wouldn't have died. Also, Jin Yang's unrivaled immortal appearance was enough to crush his peers. Even the previous young master, who was known as the strongest in the demonic sect, was killed by him. The successor of the Qin clan, it was said that he hadn't even comprehended the Tao laws. How could he kill Jin Yang? Moreover, he had a void spiritual talisman. If he wanted to escape, even the divine kings couldn't stop him. All kinds of conspiracies gradually overlapped. In the end, Immortal Master Cloudy Dew came to a conclusion. There was definitely an emperor in the Qin clan who acted to sever his inheritance. 31 Yunshu's true disciples and geniuses had died today. Decades of meticulous nurturing had been cut off. The absence of a generation was the beginning of a decline. No matter how talented the younger disciples were, how could they make up for the loss of 20 or 30 years of cultivation? Immortal Master, let's fight. Yunshu has no way out. In the main hall, a group of Elder Cloudy Dew's faces were filled with hatred. Their eyes were filled with strong battle intent. Even if today's matter was revealed, there was something fishy. In the end, the Qin clan must have participated in this game of chess. For in orthodoxy, the destruction of the inheritance was comparable to the death of a supreme expert. Let's fight. Immortal Master, if not, where will the dignity of the Cloudy Dew Immortal Sect be? The Qin clan is sinister. As long as we lead the crusade, there will be other forces responding. Yes, Ling people see the Qin clan as their enemy. Just now, the Emperor Ling personally visited with 3 divine emperors and 10 divine kings. Obviously, they are determined to destroy the Qin clan. Immortal Master! Immortal Master Cloudy Dew Immortal Master. Immortal Master Cloudy Dew sighed. This was what he was the most. If the current situation was really planned by the Ling people were all god emperors, so who would be able to kill a god king like Yin Shu without anyone noticing? The Myriad Dao Demon Sect, or the Qin clan? Suddenly, Immortal Master Cloudy Dew started to regret her decision. If he had agreed to the alliance with Emperor Ling, it would not have been difficult for the two sects to destroy the Qin clan. Immortal Master! Another disciple rushed in from outside the hall, and there seemed to be a wisp of seriousness between his brows. What is it? A spy from the Qin clan reported that the leader of the Myriad Dao Devil sect brought Great Elder Yuan Ba to the Qin clan in the morning and left in a fit of anger. Even if two emperors were here, it wasn't the Myriad Dao Demon sect. Then it can only be the Qin clan. Immortal Master Cloudy Millet's eyes narrowed slightly, and the clear light around him instantly became resplendent. Qin Emperor, you've gone too far. Even though he had heard from Feng Baiyang that the Qin monarch's cultivation had improved again, he did not expect him to be bold enough to provoke a war between the two supreme Taoism factions. However, things gradually became clear. The Qin clan was ambitious. As for the others, Ling Zhao's identity was very special. He was the successor of the Ling people and the young master of the Myriad Dao Demon sect. However, Immortal Master Cloudy Dew did not believe that a mere Powang youth would have such courage and strategy. Fight! The battle song resounded, and the aura soared into the sky. The ancient ferocious beasts on the ships began to walk out of the Immortal Mountain and roar into the sky. Suddenly, the entire Cloudy Millet Immortal sect was engulfed in a gust of wind, and countless figures began to rush towards a certain place in the eastern border. At the same time, in the Qin clan, countless elders lowered their eyes and looked at the golden-robed figure sitting upright in the hall. There was a hint of disappointment in their eyes. The Myriad Dao Demon Master had personally come and vowed to advance and retreat together with the Qin clan to suppress the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect. However, the Qin Emperor was still hesitating at this moment. The deaths of his clansmen and the sacrifice of his elders seemed to have failed to awaken this Emperor God's ambition. The Qin clan's decline was imminent. Father, outside the sacred hall, Qin Wei's figure suddenly appeared. His body was bathed in blood, and there was a shocking heroism about him. Behind him, Qin Lung's aura was also weak, and his white robe was dyed red. It was obvious that he had just experienced a fierce battle. Wow! The Qin Emperor's eyes narrowed, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had miscalculated? That Cloudy Millet Immortal sect disciple really attacked the Qin clan? As for the other disciples, Father, the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect betrayed us and started a war. None of the Qin clan's disciples retreated, and they fought to the death. In the end, only Brother Lung and I managed to survive. Qin Wei's expression was agitated. He did not want to say these words, but there was a demonic thought in his heart that forced him to do such a thing. What? They all died. The entire Qin clan was in grief. When they looked at Qin Wei and Qin Lung again, their eyes were filled with respect. As expected of the Qin clan's disciples, as expected of the successor of my clan. A battle to the death, how heroic! However, Father, don't worry. The 31 true disciples and geniuses of the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect, including their saint son, Jin Yang, all died in Shanghai City. None of them survived. However, before the elders could lament for too long, Qin Wei's next sentence shocked them greatly. What? You mean you killed all the true disciples of the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect? The Qin Emperor's face turned pale. Even with the temperament of an emperor, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. That's right, Father. If not, Brother Lung and I would have died in Shanghai City today. Qin Wei lowered his head and clenched his fists. Behind him, Qin Lung's eyes were also filled with tears. But, according to what the Qin Emperor knew, the saint son of the cloudy millet immortal sect was a monstrous genius, since he could kill the previous generation's young master of the devil sect. How could he die in Qin Wei's hands so easily? Conspiracy. This was the smell of a conspiracy. Sigh. Father, actually, if it wasn't for young Master Ling Xiao today, I'm afraid Brother Lun and I would have died for sure. Qin Wei sighed and he looked guilty. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao again. The Qin Emperor's eyes narrowed, and his mind was filled with thoughts. He had a feeling that the crisis that the Qin clan was facing now was related to young Master Ling people. But as for what was wrong, he really couldn't figure it out. Wei, tell me clearly what happened. The Qin Emperor took a deep breath. If he was not wrong, the cloudy millet immortal sect would not compromise this time. No orthodoxy could tolerate the loss of their inheritance. However, he could not figure out how Jin Yang and Qin Wei fell into the trap of the young master of the devil sect, the descendant of the Ling people. At that time, the disciples of the cloudy millet immortal sect massacred the disciples of the Qin clan. At the crucial moment, Lord Ling Xiao rushed over and saved Brother Lung. Then he blocked the saint son of the cloudy millet immortal sect for me. Only then did I have a chance to catch my breath. However, who would have thought that the saint son of the cloudy millet immortal sect would burn his Tao law and self-destruct his divine soul, wanting to die with me? It was Lord Ling Xiao again. Qin Wei's eyes were misty, and Qin Lung, who was behind him, was crying out loud. No wonder young Master left without saying goodbye to him. It turned out that young Master left with serious injuries. Righteousness. Lord Ling Xiao, you are righteous and saved my life. I am unable to repay you, but I will follow you to death. Chapter 211. Wei, you're saying that Ling Xiao risked his life to block Jin Yang's fatal attack? The Qin Emperor was in a daze. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, burning Tao laws and self-detonating his divine soul. The final struggle of a peerless genius was definitely not something that ordinary people could resist. Even though Ling Xiao had Tao laws and many tricks up his sleeves, this was still a dangerous move. However, was it possible? Ling people had always viewed the Qin clan as their mortal enemy. How could they let go of the hatred that had accumulated over thousands of years? Back then, when the Xi clan had just expressed their allegiance, Ling Xiao had already killed them all. Why was he risking his life to save the Qin clan's disciples now? Once Qin Wei and Qin Lung died, the Qin clan's legacy was also broken. To the Ling people, there were endless benefits. What exactly was he plotting? The Qin Emperor could not figure it out, but he still felt that the invisible hand was slowly pushing the Qin clan to its end. That's right. Father, Lord Ling Xiao is righteous. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Sigh. The Qin Emperor slumped onto his golden chair. Since there was no problem with Ling Xiao, the problem must be with the Cloud Dew Immortal sect. However, Emperor. Outside the main hall, a Qin clan expert suddenly rushed over in a panic. His face was filled with panic and helplessness. They're here. The Qin Emperor smiled bitterly. Yun Shu's 31 true disciples and geniuses had all died in Songhai City. If immortal Master Yun Shu could still swallow this, it could only mean that he was really arrogant. Emperor, Yun Shu's experts came in full force. Everywhere they passed, not even a blade of grass could survive. Below the main hall, the Qin clan expert knelt down on one knee and spoke in a hesitant tone. Previously, all the Qin clan elders were willing to fight. But now, when the flames of war spread and people were plunged into misery and suffering, they finally understood that this battle was actually so dangerous and cruel. thousands of people died because of hatred. Every time Immortal Master Yun Shu waved his hand, he could destroy a city, call back all the Qin clan's experts, defend pure gold city to the death. The Qin Emperor was indeed a formidable person. Although he did not dare to start a war with Yun Shu in the past, he did not dare to do so. Although he did not dare to fight Yun Shu before, he had completely calmed down now. Since the battle had started, there was no way out. No matter who planned the scheme, the Qin clan was at death's door. There might still be a chance of survival if they fought Yun Shu's eyes. There's no way to explain. On the other hand, Yun Shu's eyes, Immortal Master Yun Shu's Songhai City. Yen's S's hands. As after all, Yun Shu and the Qin clan were the ones who started this chaos. As for who was the one who benefited from it, Yang's sex S of this S is of the there. S lords is his of his of Ling Xiao Ling Xiao of God of his hands of his at this moment. Looking at the figure of the young man walking over slowly, the eyes of this devil sect successor disciple were filled with reverence. Saint Sun Yun Shu was known as the strongest saint son of the immortal sect in the eastern border. Who would have thought that he would really die in this small city in the wilderness today? A monstrous genius of a generation had fallen just like that. Xiao, too, didn't see how he had died, but judging from the young master's nonchalant demeanor, it was clear that he hadn't expended much effort. Return to the sect for the time being and tell the sect master to calm down. Wait for Yun Shu's experts to reach Pure Gold City before leading the experts of the devil sect over. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold. He stepped out and Floey's silhouette instantly whizzed out, carrying him towards the distant mountains. Yes. Xiao too bowed and didn't rise for a long time. However, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He was afraid that the two supreme Taoism orthodoxies were going to fall in the hands of his young master. Who would have thought? A 17-year-old Powang boy had single-handedly changed the situation of the eastern border. With the destruction of the Yun Shu clan and the Qin clan, who else in the entire eastern border could be a match for the Ling people? An invincible youth, an invincible race. Eastern border. Suddenly, the mountains and rivers collapsed. All the powerful beings of the glory sects and ancient race looked at Fairy Master Yun Su, who was standing proudly in the skies and slaughtering madly. Their eyes were filled with a deep sense of fear. The sky-covering spiritual seal fell from the sky, and the entire land instantly collapsed. Screams and cries were endless. However, the elders of the Fairy Master Yun Su, who had always been proud of themselves, ignored them. They slashed out with their swords and slaughtered all the people and forces related to the Qin clan. The sky was dark and the blood qi was like clouds. The eastern border was in turmoil. At the same time, in front of the Fairy Master Yun Su, a figure in a white outfit walked over. She was tall and slender with a natural aura. Fairy Master Yun Su and Feng Baiyang had led the elders to the Qin clan. The Fairy Master Yun Su's sect had become an empty city. Even if he left an elder to guard the sect, he would at most be at the Immortal King level. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that Celestial Master Cloudy Millet was rather cautious and had actually activated the Great Sect Protection Formation in advance. A ray of clear light spread from the top of the mountain and enveloped the entire Fairy Master Yun Su, giving off an indestructible feeling. However, even though this formation was mysterious, how could it possibly stop Ling Xiao? The boundary-breaking talisman given to him by his mother was an inheritance treasure of the Danyuan sacred ground. It was a supreme item in the Shenzhou continent. If a mortal's cultivation was successful, he would be protected by heaven and earth and be able to ascend to the Shenzhou continent. However, throughout history, how many people from the Shenzhou continent could easily descend to the lower world? Baizhishi's identity was special, and the Tao of Void was said to be rare. The white-robed swordsman came from the Blood Soul Temple and suppressed his cultivation to descend to the lower world. Apart from these two people, only Ling Xiao could use the boundary-breaking talisman to travel around the four barren lands. However, although the boundary-breaking talisman was terrifying, it had its limitations. After traveling through a realm, its power had been destroyed and it could only break an ordinary barrier. Fortunately, Ling Xiao still had a supreme-grade array-breaking talisman in his hand. However, the array-breaking talisman could only be used once and was far less durable than the boundary-breaking talisman. It seemed that he had to find some time to study how to restore its power. Buzz! With a flash of light, Ling Xiao's figure instantly passed through the array and appeared at the peak of the Fairy Master Yun Su Mountain. Immediately after, a Immortal King aura shrouded the sky and firmly locked onto him. First stage Immortal King? Haha! It seemed that Fairy Master Yun Su was quite confident in the sect's protective array. Who dares to barge into my Fairy Master Yun Su immortal sect? A white-robed figure descended from the sky, followed by dozens of disciples. Ling Xiao looked at them. Great, a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. No wonder Fairy Master Yin Su could not bear it and directly led the experts to kill the Qin clan. Obviously, the 31 disciples who died in Shanghai City were all the disciples of the sect. Elder, are you old and confused? Is this called barging in? Didn't I walk up here openly? Ling Xiao smiled faintly while the elder was stunned for a moment. It seemed to make sense. No. Once the sect's protective array is activated, even if the Immortal Master returns, I have to activate the array to enter. You, why do you look so familiar? The white-robed elder frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly screaming. Ling Xiao! You are Ling Xiao! The Devil Sect's young master, Ling Xiao. How did he avoid the array and come up the mountain? Was there a flaw in the array? It should not be. This array was left by the founder of the Fairy Master, Yun Su Mountain. How could an ant like him break it? Most importantly, he did not notice it at all? Oh, so that's the case. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Yes, I am the little expert in breaking arrays in the Shenzhou continent. I have studied arrays for 5,000 years. My Taoist name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's lips curled up slightly, and a demonic light flashed in his eyes. It was as if a demon from hell had suddenly descended to the human world. Chapter 212. You've studied array formations for 5,000 years? Are you the reincarnation of an immortal? Elder Yin Shu wailed. Then he seemed to have thought of something. That's not right. Even if this Ling Xiao broke the array formation, he's just a nobody. I'm a divine king. Why do I look so panicked? F***CK. I've lost my composure. Humph. Ling Xiao, cut the crap. You're just a demonic sect's young master. How dare you come to my sect's mountain gate? You must be tired of living. Men. Elder Yin Shu raised his arm and shouted. Dozens of figures appeared behind him. However, their cultivation levels were mostly at the profound, clear stage. The two supreme Taoism orthodoxies were competing with their cultivation levels. Now that Yun Shu had left, he must have taken most of the experts with him. The old, weak, sick, and disabled were left behind to guard the sect. This gave Ling Xiao a chance to show off. Call for reinforcements. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. The demonic light in his eyes shone brightly. I know how to do that too. Buzz. An ancient demonic chant sounded. Behind Ling Xiao, a sky demon aura suddenly rose into the sky. Then, two demonic figures tore through the air and appeared in front of the Yun Shu experts. One of them was 9 feet tall. He had a golden hoop on his head and a black rod in his hand. The demonic aura around him formed a vortex that connected heaven and earth. The other figure was beautiful. She was wearing a black robe that outlined her graceful figure. Although there was no demonic aura around her, she looked unreal. She stood there as if there was no one there. Gulp. Countless Yun Shu disciples shuddered. The coldness in their eyes froze. Elder, I'm planning to take a look at Yun Shu's treasure vault. Do you have any objections? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the divine king at the front. His eyes shone with a strange light. His eyes were as bright as lightning. When he opened and closed them, there was a faint roar that shook people's hearts. His eyes were filled with an illusory light. A great world was formed from it. You don't even think about it. Ling Xiao, even if we die, we won't let you have your way. Although the God King Elder was unable to determine whether the disaster was caused by Ling Xiao or not now, he was still able to tell. However, when he saw the two great demons behind the demonic sect's young master, even he felt a little scared. They came prepared. Disciples, this is a moment of life and death for Yun Shu. The immortal master is at the front lines. We must protect Yun Shu's foundation, even if we have to die. Elder Yun Shu shouted angrily. His righteous demeanor was revealed. Fight to the death. All of a sudden, all the elders and disciples of Cloud Sage responded with indignation. However, the moment their shouts fell, they saw that Ling Xiao had already rushed over impatiently with the demonic saber in his hand. Around him, the power of the great path evolved into dark thunder and shocking wind. Every sword strike seemed to carry the true meaning of the great path. Behind him, Mi-Yong raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. His body suddenly grew several feet taller, revealing his true form as a devil ape. Layered Shadow disappeared without hesitation. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the God King Elder. After being suppressed for 1,000 years, the two great demons finally experienced the joy of killing again. Boom! Streams of demonic qi covered the entire sky like a dense fog. The disciples of Yun Shu, who had shouted the slogan, just now were all terrified and struggling in despair. But whether it was Mi-Yong, Layered Shadow, or Ling Xiao, they were all not opponents that ordinary divine marquises could resist. As the three of them attacked, their figures were either crushed by the huge force or cut into pieces by the unparalleled sword intent. The thick smell of blood spread out, and the entire immortal sect instantly turned into a living hell. At the foot of Yun Shu Mountain, an old man dressed as a Taoist priest stopped and looked up at the bloody light that filled the mountain peak. There was a hint of surprise in his old eyes. Now that Elder Yun Shu had all come out, there must be experts guarding the mountain. Wasn't Ling Xiao courting death by going up the mountain now? Moreover, how did he pass through the sect's protective array? With his strength, he would have to use a huge force to break the array. But that brat just walked in directly? Interesting, it was getting more and more interesting. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was as cautious as those old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. Every time before he attacked, he would use a Dao artifact to cover his eyes and ears. But the more he did this, the more it proved that this brat had some unspeakable secret. What could it be? Young man, I've noticed you. The old Taoist priest smiled faintly and turned to walk toward the distant mountain. No matter what secrets you have, you will end up the same. Ling Xiao's way of doing things was cruel and overbearing. When the time came, it would be a good excuse. Grow up quickly. It was said that a few more prodigies with Dao laws had appeared in the demon race. Why not take a look first? After all, the myriad sect martial arts competition was about to begin. It was better for him not to go to Dao Enlightenment City. Demon! Demon! Save me! Immortal Master! Protect me! At the top of Yun Shu Mountain, screams could be heard incessantly. Apart from that God King powerhouse, the remaining disciples and elders were not Ling Xiao and Mi-Yong's match at all. The God King Elder was blocked in front of the main hall, not giving him a chance to break free. Gradually, The scream subsided, and the entire immortal mountain became silent. Ling Shao stood proudly in midair. His white robe was spotless, and his expression was calm. After today, the Cloud Dew immortal sect would be destroyed. Buzz. The demonic saber buzzed, and demonic intent flowed on it. Ling Shao smiled faintly and stabbed it into the mountain of corpses. Then he turned and walked toward the remaining God King Elder. Gulp, gulp. A sound that sounded like it was drinking blood came from the peak of the immortal sect. In just a short moment, the bloody corpses on the ground disappeared, leaving behind a pile of ashes. Elder, now, can you bring me to visit your treasury? A scarlet light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. The primordial demonic blade disappeared and reappeared in his sea of consciousness. After killing Jin Yang, Ling Shao had obtained half of the domain seed. It was a good thing. As long as he could obtain the other half, he would be able to create a world in his sea of consciousness. At that time, don't even think about it. Ling Shao, you colluded with demons and will die a horrible death. When the immortal master returns, he will find out the truth and make sure you don't enter the reincarnation cycle. The God King Elder roared at the sky. His tone was majestic, but his eyes were dim and lifeless. A bloody wound on his chest dyed his white robe red. It was clearly a fatal injury. Ever since the Cloud Dew immortal sect was established, it had always been a top force in the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent. Who would have thought that their 1,000-year foundation would be destroyed overnight, just because of a true disciple? How preposterous! Cloud Dew immortal master? I'm afraid he won't be able to return. Ling Shao smiled faintly and stepped forward. The sky demon's ferocious aura surged around him. It turned into 1,000 feet long demonic shadow and rushed toward the God King Elder. This aura, you are. No, Cloud Dew is dead. Kacha kacha. Ling Shao landed in front of the palace and looked coldly at the majestic and ancient palace. His eyes were full of coldness. Beep. Host's actions are in line with the style of a villain. Reward: 10,000 villain points. Buzz. Beside him, demonic aura suddenly surged out of Mi Yang's body. He was originally a 7th-level divine lord, but now he seemed to be breaking through. Haha. Killing is indeed the fastest way to grow. Chapter 213. Stacked Shadow Guard Him. Ling Shao turned to look at the chaotic, demonic ape, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and walked towards the depths of the sect. In the past few battles, apart from the 2,000 luck points that Jin Yang had contributed, Ling Shao had not obtained much luck, but his villain points had reached 70,000. Obviously, the joy of killing one person was not as direct as killing 1,000 people. Until now, Ling Shao still had not figured out what the luck points were for. However, the villain points were the key to increasing his cultivation level and exchanging for treasures. Now, it seemed that he had to go to the western border if he wanted to grow faster. Moreover, there was no one in the eastern border who did not know what he looked like. Everyone was paying attention to what he did. However, when he arrived at the western border, the dynasties and empires were always fighting. Even if they had heard of his name, they would not know what he looked like. There seemed to be more opportunities for him to act like a pig. Moreover, once the Yunshu and Qin clan were destroyed, no one in the eastern border would be a match for the Ling people. With Ling Tianlin's great talent, he would be able to achieve great things by then. In the end, the eastern border was still in the hands of the Ling family. As for the children of destiny, they would naturally come to the myriad sect martial meeting in half a month's time. As for the other people with less luck, there was no need to waste time scheming against them. The Tian Yuan Mystery Land was a great opportunity for him to unify the eastern border. As for the treasure pavilion of the Cloud Dew immortal sect, damn, what a big plaque. Were they afraid that no one would be able to find it? Ling Shao stopped and looked at the ancient palace in front of him. On the door of the palace, there were 3 big words, Treasure Pavilion, which seemed to be flowing with Tao will, showing supreme majesty. Who would have thought that there would be a day when this supreme orthodoxy would be robbed? Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile and strode in. According to the plot, this treasure pavilion would be guarded by an ordinary-looking old man. The old man was usually the grand elder or the martial uncle of the sacred master. He had a strange personality, and especially liked good-for-nothing disciples with good temperament and ordinary talent. But now immortal Master Cloudy, Du, had mobilized the power of her sect to attack the Qin clan. How could she not bring along such a trump card? Therefore, Ling Xiao did not waste any strength and directly kicked open the ancient palace in front of him. Buzz! Rich spiritual energy instantly surged like the sea. Inside the treasure pavilion, there were all kinds of spiritual treasures, medicinal pills, and ancient books. It was 9 floors high. We're rich. Even with Ling Xiao's temperament, he could not help but tremble in excitement. This was far more frightening than the foundations of the Ci and Yu families. With these fortunes, Ling Xiao was confident that it would be easy for him to establish a dynasty in the western border, having a harem of 3,000 beauties and proclaiming himself an emperor. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. However, before Ling Xiao could ponder for too long, he saw a black shadow rush out from his crotch and quickly rush toward the pavilion filled with elixirs. Floey, stop right there. Ling Xiao's expression changed, but he was still 1 step too late. Floey opened its mouth wide and swallowed all the elixirs in the pavilion. Damn! You beast! You really make me want to cook you! Burp. When Ling Xiao chased after it, he saw that Floey's belly was as big as a rubber ball, and its eyes were filled with satisfaction. What a fragrant smell! However, before Ling Xiao could get angry, a calm voice came from behind him. Feng Ling's figure appeared out of thin air and stood in front of the stone table where the spiritual treasures were placed. Gulp! Ling Xiao wanted to cry, but had no tears. He watched as Feng Ling took the spiritual treasures on the table and disappeared in the blink of an eye. From the beginning to the end, she did not look at him. You guys, are you all demons? Why can you take the fortune that I have painstakingly planned for yourself so calmly? Does your conscience not hurt at all? Ling Xiao looked up at the sky and cried. However, he did not dare to hesitate. The ancient ring on his hand lit up and kept all the spiritual treasures and ancient books in the treasure pavilion. When Ling Xiao walked out of the hall, the treasure pavilion behind him was as bright as a mirror except for the golden plaque on the door. Master! Folded Shadow and Mi Yong landed from the sky with a look of joy on their faces, especially Mi Yong. To him, a breakthrough in cultivation level was a heavenly fortune. Let's go. A good show is about to start in the Qin clan. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and kept the 2 of them in the ancient pagoda. Then he walked down the mountain. I walked away quietly, as if no one knew that I had been here. Supreme Taoist orthodoxy? Child of destiny? In the eyes of Ling Xiao, they are just stairs to the peak. I can decide their life and death with just a thought. Qin clan, pure gold ancient city. The Qin clan's sacred ground was no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. In the sky, there were many figures with terrifying auras standing with their hands behind their backs. In front of the Qin clan's main hall, the Qin emperor's face was cold. His eyes were as bright as the sun. He raised his head and looked at the white-robed figure in front of the crowd. His eyes were filled with cold light. In just 1 day, the Cloud Dew Immortal sect had killed so many people in the Qin clan. If he did not call back the experts in the clan in advance, the Qin clan would have been left with no one. Even so, tens of thousands of cultivators still died in this disaster. This was no longer a dispute between 2 supreme Taoist orthodoxies. It was a disaster for the entire eastern border's cultivation world. However, they could not live under the same sky as the Cloud Dew Immortal sect. Although Cloud Dew Immortal sect had done that, the ones who survived in the end were Qin Wei and Qin Lung. Unknowingly, the Qin clan had become the main culprit of this disaster. Qin Emperor, your Qin clan is arrogant and unreasonable. You destroyed my Cloud Dew Immortal sect's inheritance. Today, I will use your clan's annihilation in exchange for my disciples' peace and extinguish my anger. Cloud Dew Immortal Master shouted coldly. He pressed his hand down, and the sky instantly darkened. Boundless spiritual chi surged, transforming into a giant shadow that was 10,000 feet tall, enveloping the entire Qin clan. One had to admit that Cloud Dew Immortal sect was the leader of the eastern border's righteous path. Cloud Dew Immortal Master's strength was extremely terrifying. At this moment, even the Qin Emperor had a faint look of surprise in his eyes. 7th grade Divine Emperor. Cloud Dew Immortal Master's strength was 1 grade higher than his. He was 2 grades higher than the other Divine Emperor of the Qin clan. If this battle continued, the Qin clan would be in danger. Cloud Dew Immortal Master, aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for slaughtering so many people in a fight between disciples? The Qin Emperor shouted angrily. Golden light shone from his body like the sun. Above his head, there was an ancient formation that emitted divine light. It blocked Cloud Dew Immortal Master's palm in midair. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. Countless cultivators of the pure gold city fell to the ground in pain. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. They died because of the collision of the attacks. Fight between disciples? Qin Emperor, don't try to stir up trouble. Fight between disciples? How could the successor of the Qin clan, Qin Wei, kill my saint son? Cloud Dew Immortal Master sneered. His palm emitted a dazzling spiritual light again. Saint son Cloud Dew, the Qin Emperor gritted his teeth and was about to explain. Qin Wei, who was beside him, took a step forward and shouted angrily, "That's right. Saint son Cloud Dew was indeed killed by me. He can only blame himself for being arrogant and careless. Cloud Dew Immortal Master, don't look down on others. You killed the innocent and are cruel. If you want to fight, my Qin clan will fight with you. Fight! Fight!" The Qin Emperor looked at Qin Wei, who was beside him, and the elders of the Qin clan, who were furious. He didn't know what to say for a moment. "My son, something is wrong with you. What time is it now? Why are you still trying to lead us?" Chapter 214. Good. How arrogant. Today, I want to see if your father is as strong as you. Immortal Master, Cloudy Grain laughed in anger. This bunch of hypocrites from the Qin clan still dared to boast shamelessly when they were about to die. However, he didn't expect the successor of the Qin clan to be so honest and admit to killing Jin Yang. At this moment, he could feel countless auras hidden in the surroundings. It was obvious that the battle between Cloudy Grain and the Qin clan had attracted a lot of attention. Forget it. Since things have come to this, there's no point in talking anymore. Qin Emperor, since you don't have the guts, I'll break your turtle shell and fight with you. Immortal Master Cloudy Grain's hand seals changed, and a divine hammer suddenly appeared in the sky. The hammer was pitch black and as heavy as a mountain. Tao light flowed on it, and it was filled with immortal energy. It was a high-grade Tao artifact. It's the Cloudy Grain Immortal Sect's inherited Tao artifact, the purple gold divine hammer. F***CK. I wonder how many times the Qin clan's array can withstand Immortal Master Cloudy Grain's hammer. I don't know, but Immortal Master Cloudy Grain is indeed a veteran emperor of the eastern border. He's a 7th grade god emperor. I'm afraid no one in the entire eastern border is his match, right? The Qin clan really brought this upon themselves. They actually destroyed Cloudy Grain's inheritance. Imperial Emperor, let us out. We'd rather die in battle than hide like this. Imperial Emperor. The Qin clan's experts were furious, and their eyes were filled with hatred. Although the Qin clan strength was indeed slightly weaker than the Cloudy Grain Immortal sect, this was their home ground. They had the home ground advantage, and it was unknown who would win and who would lose. Boom! At this moment, a muffled sound came from the crowd. All the Qin clan's experts were shocked. Just as they were about to circulate their spiritual energy, they saw a Qin clan disciple pick up a hammer from the ground in panic. Elders, this is just a coincidence. I really have nothing to do with the Cloudy Grain Immortal sect. This hammer of mine is passed down from my ancestors. Hum! A buzzing sound could be heard in the sky. Immortal Master Cloudy Grain held the divine hammer in one hand and smashed it down on the Qin clan's sacred palace. His sea of qi churned and his energy. It was as if heaven and earth had turned upside down, and a 1,000-foot tall mountain had crashed down from the sky. An incomparably thick and heavy force crushed the void. At this moment, among the people of the Qin clan, a beam of light suddenly shot out, shooting towards the Qin emperor. "Father, be careful!" Qin Wei exclaimed. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Qin emperor. For an instant, this god emperor of the Qin clan actually felt a trace of gratitude. How could he not feel the qi that was flying towards him? How could a mere deity overlord hurt him? However, Qin Wei's subconscious actions still allowed him to understand what kinship was. Suddenly, the Qin emperor felt a little guilty. Earlier, he thought that Qin Wei had betrayed the Qin clan. Are there any spies in the Qin clan? The Qin emperor guessed that there should be. Not only Yun Shu, but also the Ling people and the myriad Tao demonic sect would have planted spies in the clan. It was just that during these years he had transferred all the people he didn't trust out of pure Gold City. Right now, those who were still in the ancestral land of the Qin clan were all trustworthy people. But unexpectedly, there were still some fish that slipped through the net. "You're courting death." The Qin emperor's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Qin Wei. Sunlight flashed in his hand, and he directly captured the deity overlord. "Traitor, die!" Pucci! Blood splattered everywhere. The deity overlord expert was crushed into minced meat. However, just as the Qin emperor raised his head to look at the elders of the Qin clan, a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly appeared behind him. Boom! The Qin emperor couldn't dodge in time. Or rather, he didn't expect that the person standing behind him would attack him. A wisp of soul light flashed in Qin Wei's eyes. The sword intent from the golden talisman in his hand tore through the air. Before the Qin emperor could react, the talisman ruthlessly imprinted itself on his back. Pucci! Even with the Qin emperor's cultivation, he couldn't help but fly backward after being hit by the talisman at such a close distance. His aura instantly trembled. At the same time, the divine hammer in the air finally landed on the ancient array. Pucci! If the Qin emperor fought back with all his strength, the hammer wouldn't have hurt him at all. But at this moment, Qin Wei's sneak attack caused his mind to be in chaos, and he actually suffered a heavy injury from this hammer strike. Crack! On the ancient array, spiderweb-like cracks instantly appeared. Immortal Master Yun Shu sneered and lightly waved his hand. "Elders, follow me and break this array." Boom! Countless spiritual lights bloomed in the sky like meteors falling from the sky. The Qin emperor's already weak aura instantly surged, and he almost couldn't stand still. This ancient array was controlled by his spiritual energy. When the countless attacks landed on the array, it was as if they landed on his body. However, at this moment, he still looked at Qin Wei unwillingly. There was an indescribable sadness in his eyes. "Why? Everything is for the Yunshu Empire. Ollie for me." Qin Wei's eyes seemed to be filled with confusion. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ollie for me? Sounds like it's delicious. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion came from above. Countless figures of elder Yunshu fell from the sky. However, at this moment, there was also confusion in their eyes. This successor of the Qin clan, when did he become a spy of the Yunshu immortal sect? Who had the ability to make Qin Wei betray them? For the Yunshu Empire? What other Yunshu Empire do I have? Good. The Yunshu Empire? The Yunshu Empire is for me to destroy the Qin clan? What a good method. The Qin Emperor was so angry that he laughed. He looked up at the countless elder Yunshu descending from above and suddenly reached out his hand to capture Qin Wei. Speak. Why did you betray me? Shallow. How can my Yunshu Empire destroy your little Qin clan? You are just stepping stones for my Yunshu Empire to reach the peak of the Shenzhou immortal sect. Sooner or later, my Yunshu immortal sect will replace the sacred sect. Qin Wei roared angrily. His voice resounded through the 9 heavens. In addition to confusion, there was a faint trace of meaning in his eyes. F***CK. These are not what I want to say. These expressions are not what I want to make. Ling Xiao. You bastard. Didn't you say that as long as I listen to you obediently, you won't kill me? Liar. You are a big liar. The entire pure gold city suddenly fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at the successor of the Qin clan who was being held in the hands of the Qin emperor in shock. Their eyes were filled with intense fear. Replace what? Even the elder Yunshu immortal sect, who was originally aggressive, stood in the air in a daze. Their mouths were wide open, and their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Replace the sacred sect? The Qin emperor looked confused, especially when he saw the deep meaning in Qin Wei's eyes. His heart suddenly thumped. Wei, or whose side is he on? Could it be that all his actions today were actually to protect the Qin clan? Once the purple gold divine hammer was used, the Qin clan's array would be broken sooner or later. With the Yunshu immortal master's strength, the Qin clan would be destroyed without a doubt. Qin Wei pretended to betray the clan, ambushed the Qin emperor, and even broke the ancient array. In fact, it was just to gain the trust of others. Then he said such rebellious words and caused the Yunshu immortal sect to fall into eternal damnation? F***CK. Righteous. My son is righteous. At this moment, how could he not feel the auras hidden in the darkness between heaven and earth? Once the Yunshu immortal sect dared to humiliate the sacred sect, it would be difficult to escape today. Chapter 215. Father, quick, kill me. Qin Wei said softly, his lips trembling. Nonsense. How could he not tremble? I don't want to die. Wei, The Qin emperor's eyes narrowed slightly as tears started to form in them. The reason he was unwilling to wage war with the Cloudy Dew immortal sect was not because he was benevolent, but because he was no match for them. Yunshu had been passed down for 1,000 years and was the leader of the eastern border's righteous path. Although the Qin clan had been living peacefully these few years, other than him who was in the God Emperor realm, only the Qin clan's old ancestor who was in seclusion all year round was at the God Emperor realm. As for the old ancestor, he was nearing the end of his lifespan. Once a great battle broke out, the probability of dying was extremely high. In the entire Qin clan, only he and Qin Wei, the successor of the Qin clan, knew about this. Although Cloud Dew only had 2 monarchs, they were both in their prime. Especially Cloud Dew immortal master, whose immortal Tao reached the heavens. Everyone in the entire eastern border knew of him. Otherwise, why would the myriad Tao demon sect tolerate the death of their descendant? But what he didn't expect was that his son, the successor of the Qin clan, Qin Wei, was actually so righteous. He would rather die to protect the Qin clan and pin such a crime on Yunshu. Wei, I'm not as good as you. Now that things had come to this, the Qin clan no longer had a path of retreat. However, when he thought about the catastrophe that Yun Shu was about to face, he felt extremely carefree. Replace the saint? He Wei. You are wise and farsighted. You are intelligent. Your name will be left behind for all eternity, and you will receive the incense of my Qin clan. Puchi. The Qin emperor clenched his fist. Qin Wei's body was instantly reduced to a pile of flesh and blood. Even his soul was reduced to nothingness by the sunlight surrounding the Qin emperor. What a joke! If Qin Wei survived today, immortal Master Cloudgrain would definitely be able to find out the truth from his soul. At that time, when the truth was revealed, Qin Wei's crime of slander would be enough to consign the Qin clan to eternal damnation. Now, only by his death could the blame be placed firmly on him. Even if Yun Shu quibbled about it afterward, who would believe that the successor of the Qin clan had killed his own father and harmed his own clan, committing treason and heresy just to frame someone? Fight! The Qin monarch roared into the sky. His great sun divine light shot into the clouds and transformed into 1,000 feet tall giant that charged towards celestial master Cloudy Dew. The bearing of an ambitious and ruthless person was completely revealed. Insulting the Holy Church, Yun Shu deserves death. The originally unreasonable Qin clan had now become the role model of protecting the sacred religion. Even if the Qin clan couldn't avenge them, the Saint sect would definitely avenge them. Now there was no way to retreat. Who dares to destroy my Qin clan? Behind the sacred palace, a majestic aura gushed out. An old man clad in golden robes tore through the air, and the 2 suns in his hand slammed down, instantly killing countless Yun Shu experts. Damn it! The people of the Qin clan have wild ambitions and are spouting venomous slander. All Cloud Elders, kill them! Immortal Master Cloudy Millet snorted coldly. However, her heart was filled with panic. He was too careless. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the Qin emperor and his son would be so sinister as to play such a trick. But if he could not kill the Qin emperor today and capture his divine soul, the Cloudy Dew Immortal sect might really be exterminated. After all, according to the saints' way of doing things, they would only kill the wrong person. There was no way they would let him go. Boom! Dazzling spiritual light collided in midair. Countless experts from the Yun Shu clan and the Qin clan instantly clashed. The Qin emperor took a step forward and charged towards Immortal Master Cloudy Millet. As for the Qin clan's old ancestor, he blocked Feng Baiyang. The 4 god emperors brazenly attacked, shattering layers of the void. Unparalleled aura crushed the heavens and the earth. In the sky above the entire eastern border, dark clouds gathered and tribulation thunder rumbled. It was like a divine punishment. The earth began to crumble, and the pure gold city turned into ruins. Even a corner of the sacred palace of the Qin clan, which was made entirely of pure gold, crumbled. Countless clansmen were smashed to the ground, wailing in agony. The stars fell, and the sun and moon reversed. The 4 god emperors fought from the sacred palace of the Qin clan to tens of thousands of miles away. Every time they attacked, the heavens and the earth would change and distort. At the same time, a few hundred miles away from the Qin clan, a white-robed figure slowly walked over, following the path taken by the experts of the Cloudy Dew Immortal sect. Sigh. How could these ancient cities be massacred one after another? As he spoke, he did not forget to take all the treasures and fortunes of the ancient cities and sects that were slaughtered. The young man carried a wine jug in his hand and walked along the mountain, humming softly. He was quite carefree. I carry wine and travel to the east, staining the mountains with blood. The first time I smell blood, I feel uneasy, the wine spilling over my white robe. Looking at the changes of the sea, I fall into the mortal realm. With a raise of my hand, I change the heavens and the earth. Ling Xiao stood on a mountain peak outside the pure gold city. He drank the last mouthful of wine in his jug and looked at the bloody land in the distance. A hint of coldness gradually surged in his eyes. Calculating the time, it seemed to be about time. Qin Darch, you started a war and framed my cloudy do immortal sect. I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and destroy your Qin clan. In the sky, the cloudy do immortal master held a giant hammer and shouted coldly. He was like an ancient immortal god, surrounded by immortal light, vowing to destroy all enemies in the world. In his hand, the Tao artifact, divine hammer, emitted endless light. Purple light rushed into the sky, and Tao patterns flashed. It changed the size of 1,000 feet and fell on the Qin Arch. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the great Tao collapsed. In the sky above the Qin clan, there seemed to be a huge mountain pressing down. Damn it! Even the Qin Arch could not help but change his expression at this moment. The sunlight around him shone brightly as he rushed toward the place where the divine hammer was falling. Once the hammer landed, the entire Qin clan's 1,000 years of foundation would be completely destroyed by this hammer. Divine light rose, and the two mighty forces collided. However, the Qin Arch was already injured, and his cultivation level was one stage lower than the cloudy do immortal master. Under such a collision, he could not hold on for long. He groaned and was sent flying. In the pure gold city, the eyes of countless Qin clan elders were filled with blood. There was a look of death between their brows. The Qin clan was doomed. Cloudy do immortal sect, you want to overthrow the sacred sect. Even if my Qin clan is destroyed, I will destroy your ambitions. The Qin Thearcha's figure fell to the ground, shattering thousands of mountains and rivers. In the blink of an eye, he rose into the sky again. His golden robe was already tattered and his hair was messy. He looked miserable. However, at this moment, the sacred light of the sun on his body became even more dazzling. It vaguely formed a majestic divine shadow above his head. The divine shadow was 1,000 feet tall, and its body was pure gold. Its eyes were as bright as the sun above his head, and it was majestic. Then he angrily stepped into the air. You overestimate yourself. The cloudy do immortal master sneered. At this moment, how could he not see that the Qin Arch was burning his bloodline in an attempt to die with him? He immediately channeled all the spiritual energy in his body. His robe fluttered in the wind, and all his cultivation was gathered on the hammer. At this moment, the Qin clan's patriarch was also being suppressed by Feng Baiyang. In the end, the latter's palm landed on his chest, shattering his physical body and causing him to fall to the ground. Immortal Master, let me help you. Feng Baiyang looked at the great sun divine shadow that was rushing towards him. There was a hint of seriousness in his old eyes. Then he swung the ancient sword in his hand, and a majestic sword shadow that pierced through the sky instantly tore through the sky and descended. The full power of the two immortal emperors' attack alone was enough to suppress and force all the cultivators from the two sects to retreat. Some of the cultivators with lower cultivation levels even had their physical bodies shattered, and blood rained down like rain. Damn it! Great sun divine body, shine with the heavens and earth. Seeing the attack above his head, the Qin Thearcha's eyes were filled with despair. Then he took a deep breath, and a sea of blood began to rise around him. Boom! 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 9 great suns appeared above his head. At this moment, the Qin Arch had transformed into a great sun, true God. Break! Accompanied by a furious roar, the 9 great suns that were condensed with the Qin Thearcha's bloodline and cultivation instantly turned into meteors. Then they turned the sky upside down and collided with the divine hammer and sword intent. Boom! 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 The sky became glaring, and countless rays of light fell on the ground, blinding everyone's eyes. The void collapsed as if it was the beginning of the world. The sea of clouds shattered, and everything became like the underworld. The cloudy dew immortal master and Fong Baiyang groaned and took a few steps back before they could stabilize themselves, until a wind blew and the sky became clear. Only then did everyone look up. They saw that the great sun divine shadow that was above the heavens and earth had begun to shatter. Chapter 216. Monarch. In the Qin clan's territory, countless experts raised their heads and screamed. Their eyes were filled with despair. The sunlight in the sky gradually extinguished. The Qin emperor stood in the air. However, this Qin emperor no longer had the surging blood qi he had in the past. He was like an old man in his twilight years, emitting boundless death intent. In my life, I have a clear conscience. I have a clear conscience. I have a clear conscience of the Qin clan. The only thing I am ashamed of is, today, I swear with my blood that as long as the Cloud Dew Immortal sect is not destroyed, my eyes will not be open. After saying that, the Qin emperor descended from the sky and stood above the Qin clan's ancient palace. There was no longer any vitality around him. However, his eyes were still as wide as shooting stars. The Qin emperor of a generation had finally died. Monarch! Countless members of the Qin clan cried out in grief. Even the Qin clan's old ancestor, who was only left with his divine soul, closed his eyes and shouted, "Cloud Dew Immortal sect's son! Zhan Ru's mother! Fight!" The members of the Qin clan, who were originally filled with despair, instantly roared out in anger. The spiritual energy around them was as dazzling as the sun. For the Qin clan, fight to the death! Buzz, buzz! Countless sounds of wind breaking could be heard. All the members of the Qin clan were unafraid of death. A strong sense of resentment gathered in the sky. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky above the pure gold city. A despicable clan. You deserve to die. However, no matter how many moths there were, how could they extinguish the fire? Clear light flowed out from Cloud Dew Immortal Master's body. He raised the divine hammer in his hand and was about to smash down on the group of stinky fishes. Surging immortal Tao energy came crashing down. Many members of the Qin clan could already see death in their eyes. However, at this moment, they could no longer retreat. Otherwise, when would the monarch be able to close his eyes? In the pure gold city, all the old and weak members of the Qin clan had sorrowful expressions. They looked at the experts of the Qin clan who were willing to die without any regrets. Their eyes were filled with tears. The fear of having their clan exterminated was no longer a cause for fear. Right now, they only wanted to follow the monarch. Immortal Master seems to like to hammer people. However, just as the purple gold divine hammer was about to descend from the sky, a faint laughter suddenly sounded from the distant sky. The world suddenly fell silent. Even the experts from the various clans hidden behind the clouds could not help but narrow their eyes. This voice sounded a little immature. Who was it that dared to ridicule Celestial Master Cloudgrain? The strength displayed by this immortal sect magnate just now was enough to intimidate the emperors of the eastern border. Even if they wanted to kill him to show their loyalty to the saint, they didn't dare to act rashly. 7th grade divine emperor. Other than that person in the eastern region, he was probably the strongest person in the entire divine territory, right? Hearing this, Celestial Master Yun Shu frowned. Her chi was vast and mighty, but her heart was unsettled. In the horizon, a white-robed figure gradually appeared. He had his hands clasped behind his back and was smiling faintly. With a single step, he covered 100 miles. In just a short breath, he had arrived in front of everyone. Yes, young master. Lord Ling Xiao. In front of the Qin clan's sacred palace, Qin Ling's eyes that were filled with despair suddenly shone brightly. He was so agitated that his entire body started to tremble. Again, the young master had once again appeared at the brink of death. Is he the god of love from the upper realm, to spread true love and light in this indifferent world? Ling Xiao. It's the successor of the Ling people, Ling Xiao. Why is he here? And he dares to face Celestial Master Yin Shu directly? As expected of the invincible Celestial Master. He is so arrogant in front of everyone. How can the invincible Tao heart be comprehended by mere mortals like you? Many onlookers exclaimed. Celestial Master Yin Shu's eyes became even more gloomy. Ling Xiao, I wonder why the successor of the Ling people has appeared? Everyone knew that the Ling people had always been at odds with the Qin clan. Now that Ling Xiao had suddenly appeared, could it be that he wanted to take a share of the Qin clan's profits? Celestial Master Yin Shu's eyes became even more serious. He naturally guessed that today's battle would attract countless people to spy on them. However, the fact that the Qin emperor had died in his hands was enough to shock any Dharch god. Calculating the time, it had been almost 100 years since an emperor had fallen in the eastern border. Haha, I'm just curious. I used to have a friend who also used a hammer. He could hammer 80 spirit stones per hammer. I wonder how many spirit stones per hammer, Celestial Master? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, but his eyes were filled with mockery. How many spirit stones? Ignorant child, how dare you make fun of me? Even your father wouldn't dare to speak to me like this, let alone you. Celestial Master Yin Shu's eyes rippled as a powerful force rushed towards Ling Xiao. Oh, is that so? Yun Cheng, you are really arrogant. However, just as the force was about to fall, the space in front of Ling Xiao suddenly rippled. A figure in the same white robe appeared out of thin air. Just by standing there, all the power in the sky gathered on him. Dharch Ling. Many people were secretly shocked. Although the Dharch god of the Ling people had not appeared in front of anyone for decades, the moment he appeared, the world seemed to have changed with him. What kind of terrifying cultivation level was this? Ling Tian's descent. Celestial Master Yin Shu's eyes narrowed as a wisp of spirit qi appeared around her. She looked as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Yin Shu, you are arrogant. You want to replace the Saint sect. What you said should be killed. Ling Tian said indifferently. Behind him, the great elder of the Ling people, Ling Shan, stepped forward slowly and looked at the many experts in the sky coldly. Bullshit. That is slander by the Qin clan. Celestial Master Yin Shu's face changed. He was not afraid of the Ling people, but he did not dare to disobey the Saint sect. Slander? Celestial Master, a descendant of the Qin clan, risked his life to open the Qin clan's protective array for you. He died, tragically, in the hands of his own father. How can his words be slander? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He sighed softly. The Qin clan is righteous. Almost the entire clan was massacred to kill you. Today, I am willing to imitate the Qin emperor and sacrifice my life for the great cause of the Saint sect. Bullshit. The sun and moon can be my witness. If I, Yun Cheng, have any false words, let the 9 heavens' profound thunder destroy my soul and break my reincarnation. Celestial Master Yin Shu's face turned pale. The thing he was most afraid of had happened. Qin Wei was dead. There was no way to verify whether his words were true or false. However, this gave those forces who were eyeing the Celestial Master Yin Shu an appropriate reason to attack. Boom! Suddenly, lightning split the sky and struck down on Celestial Master Yin Shu's head. Celestial Master Yin Shu was stunned. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. F*CK. Damn heavens! Are you F*king kidding me? Look, he is being struck by lightning. Suddenly, The surrounding space was filled with spiritual light. One by one, the figures hidden in the clouds started to show themselves and moved toward Emperor Lingling. Xiao smiled faintly. Behind his back, a trace of lightning was extinguished. You, Celestial Master Yun Shu gritted his teeth. He looked at Ling Xiao and his son with murderous intent. Ha ha ha! The Celestial Master Yun Shu has committed a heinous crime. Today they will be destroyed. In the sky there was another shout. Wan Ren's enemy and a group of demonic sect elders slowly walked over and blocked off all of Celestial Master Yin Shu's escape routes. Wan Ren's attack. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.